Yesterday, we encountered a few issues with the muting arrangements that we have in the rooms. We mentioned as house rules, if you're not speaking, we requested that everybody stay on mute. Today, what we've tried to do is just make a slight change. If you are listed in as an attendee, you will be muted by default. And so if you have something that you'd like to contribute, you'd like to say a question you have to ask, and we ask that you raise your hand and the team will help elevate you from attendee from an attendee position to a presenter position in the list of participants, and then that will allow you to then make your contribution. So a little bit more steps that we need to follow, but we're hoping that will just keep the meeting ticking over. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to resolve the beeps when people join in. What Teams does is that it indicates that there's somebody waiting for us in the lobby, and so that we can then bring them in. And because we have such high numbers, the activity in and out of the lobby is continuous. So I hope it will settle down in the next few minutes as we settle and as colleagues sign in. I believe at the moment we're at about 198 attendees, 12 presenters that are in right now. So wonderful again to see such high participation. And definitely we did enjoy quite a lively discussion yesterday. Some of my highlights, we had a nice discussion about issues on AI strategies and policy, where the world is headed. We were thinking about what this term super intelligence actually means. And then we explored many issues related to prompting strategies, AI ethics. And yeah, so those are some of my highlights. What I want to do now before we get going is I'm going to just put up a Menti. Yes, so colleagues, so I've got a quick Menti meter. You can scan this with your phone or go to menti.com and punch in the code 14600866. And I think this will give us a quick overview of what our thoughts are about how yesterday went. We'll just wait for the questions that coming in. It's informative, insightful, using the AI tool Skynet. Are we building terminators? Get the reference. Gemini Gem Storybook. That was a very nice tool. I think that allowed you to create these images associated with some text, synthesize your work and put in a nice tool. Prompt Cowboy is mentioned again. I like that. I think that's a good tool to help get some ideas together, how to improve the way you do your prompting. Lots of comments about being just very supportive comments, so that's very important for myself and the team. That's anything else that we can see you. Exposure to more AI tools comes up quite a lot. So to give you a sense, so I think we're learning a bit as we're going on. You get the sense that we're learning how to use these tools. Goal of yesterday's session was to introduce you to a variety of new tools, to know that it's not just ChatGPT that's out there, that there's many options in the free world as well that we can actually work with, and then to actually explore the issues of ethics and strategy and policy and And to not really approach it from this is how you must do it, not to force to police one another, but rather to say this is what we do as colleagues. This is how we're facing this change, and these are the things that we need to consider so that we just better position ourselves and be more prepared for uh, this new way of working, where AI becomes more embedded into everything that we do. So thank you, colleagues, for sharing that. Um, what we will do now is jump to the presentation for today. Okay, great. So it is day 2, and today's session, what we have is we're going to try and explore and implement some of the lessons that we learned yesterday. And so this morning, before the lunch break, we're going to do quite a deep dive into how you apply all of these new techniques that we worked out into conducting qualitative research. And that's quite broad. But what you'll see what we mean as we get going. So the exercises are going to involve finding literature, trying to synthesize that literature, understand the key arguments within the literature, pushing it into a new NotebookLM project to try and manage it, and then come up with new ways of creating new media related to that. So I think we've got about 9 exercises linked to module 5, and that's why we've tried to use that to take us from this point on to about our first 12. We try to take a tea break, a tea break around about 10 or so. And then we'll continue with the remainder of module 5. We'll take a lunch break around about after 12 or so. We'll play it by ear how much time we'd like to get to lunch. I know yesterday colleagues were pushing to finish earlier, and so we took a half an hour lunch instead of an hour lunch as we had initially planned. We'll get some feedback as we get to that point. After lunch, we have 2 modules, one led by myself on how we can test out different AI agents, how you can use AI agents in the work that you do. And then we'll close off with some proposal writing techniques, which should be led by my colleague, Dr. Petronella Saul. So, yeah, so a lot to do today, very practical, and I'm hoping you'll find it quite interesting. So for my section on qualitative research, I'm going to start with just a few slides giving you an overview about what we're trying to, of why we're going down this road of using AI in qualitative research. After that, we'll jump straight into the exercise. We'll spend most of our time with going through each exercise. And I actually want to invite you all to spend some time with it. Try each of the exercises out as they are in the lesson plan, and then share your insights as we go along. Can you switch up the echo there, please? I think the sound is affecting what people are hearing on the other side. Colleagues, I'm seeing comments in the chat that it's very fuzzy. We've got the aircon in the room, and maybe that's affecting the sound. Thanks, Siva.
That's that's clearer. Thank you.
Okay, apologies for that, colleagues. Yeah, so where do we begin? So it comes down to why do we want to consider using AI in qualitative research? And if anyone has done interview coding, or you've tried to analyze lots of literature, you know the pain that's involved in going through that work. You get your sticky tags out, you read and you read and you read and you make notes, and it goes on. It's quite a time-intensive process, right? And then how do you keep everything all in your head as you're working through this sort of content. So it's quite difficult at times to just understand the breadth of all that you're going through. And often what that means is that you miss out on key information, those hidden gems that are very deep within in the literature, in the sources of information that you're working with. So how can you save time in what you're doing and try and be a bit more systematic and detailed in extracting those key insights which speak to the problem that you're trying to explore. And so what does AI allow you to do when you're working in the qualitative space? So the big thing, I guess we'll all find, and as you do the exercises today, I'm sure this will become more apparent. It's going to help really just accelerate the effort, accelerate the time that it takes to do much of that manual work of like exploring and making notes and trying to figure out what everything is about. And so it's helping you pull all those pieces together and do that at a much faster space, faster manner. Beyond that, it helps you identify those deeper nuances that are very deep within the literature. And so you can spend more of your time trying to analyze and understand what this means instead of doing the grunt work of trying to dig it out in the first place. And what you'll find is that these techniques are quite simple to apply. Often I just call it a conversation. You talk to the chatbot and you try to figure out what it is that you want to do. And so just that process alone makes performing this detailed qualitative analysis that we do more accessible, easier for the average, the emerging researcher to start engaging in this space. And so the big thing here is that instead of doing that laborious digging and coding and whatnot, you can spend more time doing the critical thinking. And you can ask the very important questions about what does this mean? What you ask the so what question. So once you see these insights starting to emerge, you can really start to connect the dots and think about the next step. Whereas instead of spending more time doing that manual work of trying to find what's in there in the first place. And so the more you spend time doing that critical thinking, you're able to make that connection between this is what the evidence is saying, and these are potential arguments that I can make for policy recommendations or whatever it might be. And then what you'll also find with some of the exercises that we're doing today is that you're going to be able to create many new forms of media, different types of output. So we can show you how to create videos, how to create podcasts, how to create infographics, different types of media that will really expand the reach of the information that's at your disposal. So I hope that's valuable for you as we go through the actual exercises. So I mentioned we have 9 exercises. What we're going to do, I think first I'm going to run through these 8 exercises and we'll do them together. After we've done these 8 exercises, the 9th one is a little bit more involved. And it's going to require you to apply all of these techniques that you've learned along the way. And it's more of an independent process where you're going to somewhat fly solo to an extent where you're going to say, okay, I need to get this literature. I need to analyze it this way. And you're going to try it out yourself. So before we get to that point, that involves, that last one is conducting a systematic literature review using these tools. Before we get to that point, I'll give you a few tips about what you should be trying to do, and then we'll do that exercise. But the first batch of 8, so where it begins, we start off by downloading literature from elicit.com. The second one involves how do we summarize that literature and pull out those key nuggets of information that are there using NotebookLM. A nice exercise. The third one is to look for keyword frequencies in the literature that you have found. The fourth one is finding those aha moments. We spoke about what the aha means yesterday, and so today we're going to put it into practice. And then the fifth one is creating those different forms of media in NotebookLM. And I love that this is a free tool and that you can do these sorts of things. And so creates videos, podcasts, really wonderful tools for learning, I find. And so if you're struggling to read through all the content, getting a good audio overview is something nice. Sometimes what I do is if I have a lot of information to work through, I put a whole lot of stuff into NotebookLM and I create a podcast. And on my drive home, I play that over the phone. And I listen to the literature on the way home. And depending on the type that you choose, you could have a debate, you could have different forms of media that you could listen to, which would be quite useful. Depending on time, we may break at exercise 5 before, after, we'll see how fast we go. After that tea break, we can then start to create some imagery. And so we'll use Napkin.ai, lovely tool that I find for creating good slides, pictures about text. And so we'll talk about that. Then we'll create a nice infographic in ChatGPT. And we'll use the image creation function there, which I find quite useful. And then the last one, it's about how do we use the AI to analyze interview transcripts. And the key word there is anonymized. And so we'll talk about what that actually means and how you pull out that sensitive information before you start working with it. Great. So what I'm going to do now is go to the exercise. Yes, this thing. Go.
Please share the question from security.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, my question is then, I just want to know, students use, like for me, when they use qualitative analysis, they would use like broad and clock, right? So there's like 7 steps involved. So I'm just wondering how one is going to apply a particular author's, say, content analysis or thematic analysis when it's very specific in how it should be done to what you're going to show us now.
What was the framework that they apply that you mentioned?
Broad and Clark, for example, they're very
Thematic analysis.
yeah, very known for thematic analysis because
Okay.
students have to first theoretically say, I'm going to use Broad and Clark, these are the steps that they follow. So that is the theory around how it should work. And then when you actually apply it, now my question is, how do we take the 7 steps of Broad and Clark and apply in what you are going to show us now?
I think that would work well in exercise 2. So exercise 1 that we have will explore how to extract the literature. Now it's a question of how do you pull out those key themes. And so in the exercise 2 that I have planned, it's very basic. It's to try and draw out those to try and summarize, pull out the main points from the literature. But perhaps you could adapt that Gordon-Clark framework into your prompt and say, look for step 1, step 2, step 3, and then it will follow that sequence of logic in the way that it finds that information. So I think it would work well within exercise 2. If you have that available, perhaps you can try it. You could put it in the chat. Maybe when we get to exercise 2, we could try that together. Is it Braun and Clark? See, just
They are
Yeah.
well known for thematic analysis, but
thematic analysis.
other theorists who will advise on how to use content analysis, for example, and they have very specific steps. So a lot of times students say, I'm going to use this particular theorist way of analyzing my data. So I just want to understand, as someone who's maybe doing research myself, how do I now use these
Sure.
theorists say?
Yeah, I'm not familiar offhand with the steps involved. Khadija?
Understand? Can I come in because I'm very familiar with Broden-Clark's steps. So I would basically say that when we're going to use AI, the first two steps is where AI will do some of the work for the student. Step one is the familiarization of the data, right? So, for example, you can ask the AI is going to generate a summary of whatever it is going to be. Then the next steps are that coding and those things. So AI will do that also, but it doesn't mean that you will take it face value. So I think what would happen with the AI is going to do most of the steps for you, but you can choose whether or not it is accurate or not. I think for me, there's still that thought that you have to go in and shape it. The problem comes in if you don't know your data, you're not going to know that there's missing theme.
Yeah.
Right? So if you didn't do the interview yourself or something like that, you're not going to know, for example, that if it's used as a critical, gangsterism may be linked to it, something like that.
Yeah, yes.
So I think that's where you have to encourage that there is still that hands-on knowing your data.
Yeah, I think, Khadija, that is very good because a lot of times students are accused of generating fictitious data. And here, if we use this tool, we go back and you as humans go in to engage. And I think somewhere we just have to make it explicit that this is how AI was used and this is how I came in with my analysis and my critique. Okay, cool. I'm good to go, Krish.
Okay, thank you. I like the two steps that Khadija mentioned, and perhaps we can try that as we get into when we start generating the summaries of the information that's there. So we'll try the first version and perhaps we adapt from there and see how it goes. So with exercise 1, if you follow the lesson plan, just to recap, colleagues, you should have this link, which will take you to this Google folder. I'm going to pop this in the chat as well if you haven't got it already. So you'll have the link to that folder. And in this folder, you'll be able to find module 5, which has some content that we'll work through today. But the key document that you want to work with is the lesson plan document, which is in the main root folder of the shared folder that I've shared. So if you go to the lesson plan and you find exercise 1 for module 5, that's where we are today, right now. And so the task involves going to elicit.com. And once you're on there, you should see this page. We are looking for the Find Papers tab, right? So we're not doing research report. We're not doing systematic review. We're going to manually find the papers. So we're not using AI to that extent. What you also find is that if you do the systematic review or the research report, those are features that are under the paid bundle for Elicit. And so we're going to use the free the features that you find on elicit.com. So I'm going to jump to that. So when you are on Elicit, it should look something like this. And you've got to think about what is that research question that you want to ask. So my research question that I've popped in here is, what are the drivers of decent and dignified work in the global south? You may have a different research question, whatever it is that interests you, try it. Also to note, when you're signing in, often using your Google account is the easiest way of getting in. If you're having any troubles, please just reach out to any of the facilitators in the rooms or raise your hand and we'll try and guide you. And so very easily you run that query. And so what this does is it's looking at the meaning of the question that you've asked, and it's going to now generate a list of results based on it. I think it does it in batches of 4. It shows you 4 papers or 8 papers at a time. If you want more papers, you press the load more button, and it will go deeper down into that question and find more sources of literature related to the point that you asked. The key thing here is knowing how to use the filters. And so to filter where you have available documents that you can download, you use filters as PDF. You can change this information about when you want information to be published from. You can change the quality information so you get a sense of how good the source of information is. And you can work with the other study types and so on to get more detailed information. I'm just going to leave it on as PDF and we see what comes back. And so this will refine the list of results. And what you'll notice is that the first column that it shows is, well, it shows you the name of the paper, the author, the journal where it's been published, and the abstract summary that it provides in the list is actually looking at reading the question that you've asked and giving you an indication of how this particular paper answers that question. It also provides you a quick summary looking at the top 4 results that came back and telling you how particular papers relate to the question that you just asked. And at CPUT?
Yes, Krish. So there was a question around the access to illicit because one person is saying that there's no free version. So they're just showing pricing plans without being able to access the free version.
Yeah, the first column should be the student. Isn't there one?
The first one is free.
The very first.
I'm just trying to get now in version blocks, so I can go through. And now.
Yeah, I think do that steps a little bit slower because some people are.
Yeah, use the Gmail, right?
Yes.
Hey guys, okay, yeah, if you use a Gmail, automatically just goes in. You don't have to do anything. Nothing.
The same with. It's a lot.
I said once yesterday also when I was facilitating.
So on the screen right now, you can see the subscription options that are there. So there is a basic free one, then there's different tiers. So on the free tier, you should have. So you'll notice there where it shows you what you can do. Systematic review, for instance, is not covered on the free version. Okay. So that gives you, let me go back to where I was. So when you review this, it will show you the answers to those questions and it will show you links to the papers that you're interested in. And if you want to download a paper, you look for this button source and you press that, it'll open a new tab or it'll let you download that particular paper. You download it and you'll be able to access that particular journal article. So if you press source and you look for the links, you should be able to find the link for downloading if it doesn't automatically download that for you. I also want to show you a few other nice features that are embedded here into elicit.com. And so one, it's giving you the summary. 2, it's giving you this quick answer about how the abstract relates to it. You can also add other columns. And so if you want to know what the main findings that are associated with that paper, on the right-hand side, there's an option for manage columns. So let's say we say main findings, we add that. It's going to read the paper and identify what
Sorry,
those
Krish.
main.
There's just a question to just explain the filters again quickly.
Sure. So the filter option, the main one that I'm using has PDF. Publication date is when the paper was published, so you can choose how recent you want your information to be sourced from, and you can adapt that. So you can use the scroll bar, or you can this little slider, or you could put the dates in manually in the month and year boxes that are offered. And you also have journal quality. And so if you look at the little pop-up that comes up there, it uses the SCI, SC Imago journal rank, which measures the prestige of journals based on the number and quality of citations it receives. So Q1 is top quality, Q4 is the lowest quality on that particular range. So you can choose if you want all or up to a particular level in terms of the insights that you want. And then you can look at the different study types, and also in the abstract keywords, you could also mention a particular keyword if you want that response to come back. Or if you want to exclude something, you could say, add a keyword that you're not looking for. The power of elicit actually is that the main search that it provides, it's based on a semantic understanding of what the question means. So if you use other tools where you're looking at, when you're doing a search, often you have to know your broad set of keywords that you're looking for, and then you use that as the base to pull out information. And so you come up with different combinations of keywords, trying to understand the broad essence of what the research question is that you're trying to explore. This makes it so much easier because you can pop the question in and it will then provide results based on that. So what I do when I'm explaining my methodology, I explain this whole difference between a semantic search and a keyword search. And I explain the process that elicit allows. And then that's my basis for explaining this is where I got my literature from. And this is why I prefer it, because it makes it easier to find good quality information. Coming back to the added column, so I added one in for main findings. And so now it's giving you a few bullet points which speak to what each of these papers are about. And you could go down that list of what else you want to add in or take out. Move that column. Another one that I like is to create my own column. So you could create one. So I'm going to make a column that will say tech question mark. So what this means, I'm going to create a new custom search, a custom column which will have its own instruction. And so I'm going to ask here, you can do your own. Does the study include mentions of technology as a factor informing recent work agenda? Yeah, so I'm just making something up on the fly. I want my answers to be, okay, I'll leave it vague, any answer, and I will save that. And so you'll see now it's reading those papers, and it's going to try and examine the content of that paper and then give you a sense of whether it's related. So if you're using this to do your inclusions and exclusions, this is very valuable, because now you get a sense right off the bat whether it's worth exploring a particular paper any further. So if I look at the top 4 results, and let's say technology was a big factor that I wanted to explore in my study, I know the first one does mention technology, the second 2 don't. And so now it's helping me with my inclusions and exclusions. So that's very, very powerful. Let me invite you then to just spend some time doing that. And if you're having any challenges with that, please shout. There was a question, does it work almost similar to SciSpace? Yes, but what I find with SciSpace is that SciSpace is very limited in the number of papers that you can download and the features that you want to work with. And so I think after the first few, you're not able to access more. With Elicit, I haven't had problems with downloading papers and using some of the main features. Wadia asked, how do you add a custom column? Apologies, I missed that. Let me do that again for you, Wadia. So I'll remove the one I just did. So you will see on the right-hand side, there's search or create column, and there's a box which says example limitations. I think those prompts might be based on the paper that's there, and I made mine based on text. So the first point is just to create the heading of what that might be. So I said tech ? Because I'm asking a question. And then you'll see it's once you press that, it has the next pop-up, which comes and tells you asks you what's the column name and how should it analyze the literature. And I ask something, is technology a factor explored in the paper? Something to that effect. Welcome, colleagues. Yeah, and so that will quickly now, it will read the papers that you have and start to tell you whether or not that sort of content is mentioned. And as I mentioned, the first one did find technology, the second two didn't. And so as you scroll down through your list, you'll find out what's in and what's not in. Let me go back to the questions. Okay, there's a question about the pricing, which we addressed earlier. What sort of libraries we can find out? What I'll do, there's a question here from Peter Steenkamp about what sort of library databases inform Elicit. Let's do a search. Let's use ChatGPT to find out for us. So to do that, I'm going to do a web search, put the question in. .com has and we'll find out. Semantic Scholar, PubMed, Open Alex, not that one. Archive, BioArchive. So in effect, its libraries are aggregated academic corpus, Semantic Scholars, PubMed, Open Alex. Another question. Question in Pietermaritzburg, we'll take that one.
Thanks, Krish. Colleagues here are asking about downloading. Are we able to download?
Yes, you can download.
On a free version, or do you have to upgrade?
No, you can download on the free version, just as I did it. So where you have your results, you look for that option called source. If you see where my mouse is right now, you click on source, and that will, so it prompts me to save this one straight as a PDF. Sometimes it doesn't ask you to do PDF. It will open up a link and you can do it. Let me try another one. Okay, this one's going direct to the PDF for you to open. The third one is creating the page, and then you can look for the PDF option for downloading on that page. Chantal, Can we promote Chantal to presenter? That's nice stuff.
Good morning, Mr. Chitty.
Go ahead, Chantal.
Thank you for allowing me to ask my question. So what Mr. Chetty explained to me now is very profound, especially when doing research itself. And like you explained, this can help in terms of a methodology.
Yes.
And then I was thinking, after I did my search and I found papers, is this illicit platform able to incorporate Mendeley for referencing?
I don't think it's directly connected to Mendeley. What I usually do with my stuff is I download it to a folder and then I upload separately into Mendeley.
Okay.
And then when you're in Mendeley, I then go about just checking that all the author's details are captured correctly, the journal article names and so on are captured correctly. Sometimes the PDFs don't have that metadata included perfectly. And so it is a bit of a manual process to that. So the export to, I think, directly to Mendeley isn't there
Okay.
now. Yeah, I use Mendeley quite often. So yeah, I know the struggle that you can have with that.
Mm. And then, Mr. Chitty, can you just explain the methodology, how we're going to actually motivate under our research design, why we are using illicit, especially for the literature review, as Mr. Chitty explained earlier.
What I generally do is I explain this is the source that I use, and I explain that it's using the semantic search method, which is sometimes preferable to using a keyword search because the results that you find are more closely associated with the question that you have in mind. So you've got to try and generate some motivation explaining why it is that you're doing it in a certain way. And then just explain your steps. So just be very clear about the steps that you follow to get to that point. I saw another hand.
Thank you.
We have one question, Victoria.
Go ahead.
Morning, Krish and everyone. So I just want to check if the system gives you only maybe like 2 articles instead of like so many examples like we have now. Can you upload more that you think would be related to the topic so that you are able to get the similar synthesizing of the data and stuff? Are you able to upload the ones that you may think that would be relevant?
Yeah, so the results that you're finding is that it's what's in the database associated with your question. So if you only found 2 results, potentially it's not a well published sector that you're looking at, or maybe you want to broaden your question to get more literature in. So I'm not sure if you added a specific country to the question or a particular location. Often that narrows down the results that you find. But I think if you only get 2, that's also a result as well, because now it indicates that this is not a well-researched space. And so you'd want to try and look at different options. I see a comment from Jacqueline. And Jacqueline, I saw your hand earlier. Perhaps you want to come in and see.
Right.
It's actually very positive what it is.
Yeah. So hence I was saying to you that it's stored the database where it actually pulls it from.
Yeah, can we mute Victoria? Yeah. Is that Jacqueline?
Yes,
Yeah, go
that's
ahead,
me.
please.
I just actually answered the question in the chat box to say that you should try downloading the Mendeley web importer, and then you just click on the check boxes next to papers, and that should give you an option to save it to your Mendeley citation library. I haven't tried it yet, but this is how you do it on databases.
Oh, okay. No, that's a great tip. Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you.
Another. It's me.
Question.
One second, Khadija. There's a hand from Lefutso. Go ahead, Lefutso.
Thank you, Mr. Chetty. It's been wonderful. I just wanted to know through Elicit, can it help me to build ideas on my research questions? If it's a new research question and it's a new study where I'm starting to explore and perhaps there might be limited literature on it.
Perhaps what you could do at that point is take the papers that you have found and import them into NotebookLM, which is what we're going to do in the second exercise. And then that will help you identify what are the big issues that are being explored in this literature and help you brainstorm about what's possible or worth exploring further beyond that. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, so we will jump to exercise 2 now in a few minutes. I'll just take the question from CPUT. Khadija?
Okay. So Krish, the question is around saving searches and saving the sources onto the Elicit portal, or so that you can come back to it. Let's say you're working on it now, but you need to come back. Can you just demonstrate some of that, if it's possible? Do that.
I'm actually not sure if you can do that. Let's have a look. I haven't tried that myself. Usually I download my information, I take it offline, and I work with it that way. But maybe there is a way to save it into.
Because I've seen that they save to library somewhere on one. Okay, here's the show it. But on one of
This library.
So
Right
now
next to it, it's probably a-
okay,
You'll see recent library.
but mine.
Just looking for options to see what's possible. If there's a way to add it to the library, perhaps that's what you could do with it.
Yeah, I was thinking, okay, now you've got.
Okay, so I'll play around with, because it's very different on the Zenda's computer, even though she's on the basic spec or whatever. It shows differently to what you have on your screen.
Is it? Okay. Jacqueline?
Hi, Krish. I'm just wondering if maybe since you are now on Elicit and I see you've got Mendeley Web Importer, could you maybe try and see if it works? Click on Mendeley Importer.
Just signing in. I hardly use it.
Yeah, and then check the click on the check boxes under paper.
Yeah.
No.
I think
don't
that is
open-
on the
don't open.
left-hand side, Mr.
Yes.
Chetty.
There's a check box there. Click on the check boxes.
Yeah.
Yes. No, it doesn't work.
Oh.
Yeah, just
And
maybe
it's, yes,
untick that
add-
web. untick that, the source, untick.
Huh?
Let's see. Doesn't work.
No, I think, Mr. Chetty, after you selected the papers, then you need to add it to the current Mendeley folder that you created.
What is that number 8 with a tick?
Where do you see number 8?
Needs to
Next
upgrade.
upgrade.
I think those are the results that I have. I think I've got 8 that are open in this table. So if I had to add more, probably change. That's
Maybe
8 of
click on
6.
that, add new step. That's
Okay, so you could chat.
It's not working. No, it's not working. Thank you.
Okay,
We'll
but
have to figure
there
it
was a
out.
question about
Yeah, we
exploring
can
the
explore.
feature that was there, and I see there was a feature now in add new step, which was to add a chat to it. So based on what I ticked, I asked what are the highlights, and it's showing me highlights related to those papers, and it's showing me where the point is actually associated with. So this is also a nice feature to quickly, while you're in Elicit, get more information about it. But let's move to the next step now. So the key point here was that this is a nice tool. It's using the semantic search to find you good papers. The exercise involved picking out the top 4 or so papers that you found interesting and then saving it. I've already saved a few to my folder. And if you looked at the module 5 folder, if you haven't downloaded any at the moment, you could use the decent work folder, which there, and you see I've got a collection of papers which I've downloaded already related to that point. So the second exercise that we have involves using NotebookLM to now summarize the literature and going into much more detail about what's in there. To do this, you would want to sign in to NotebookLM if you haven't done it before, and do that together. So you'd go to notebooklm.google.com. I'm going to sign out so I can sign in again. To notebooklm.google. Oh, so it's asking me to choose which account because it's a Google product. I guess you use Google IDs, and then you choose that name that you used, and then you can sign in with your password. Once you're in there, you now have access to NotebookLM. And to create a new project in NotebookLM, there's 2 things that it shows you. So the more popular this tool has become, they're now starting to share other people's projects with you. So these ones with these background images are some of the projects that others have done that you might find interesting. So people have put in information, and then you can now explore that in this project. Or you could have your own notebooks, and these are things that I've created in the past. And if you want to create a new one, you come to the top right-hand side, that black button, create new, and then you create the new project. And so what you would do here is you would browse to that folder where you've saved your literature. You choose your file. This is module 5. I'll go to decent work, and I'm going to select everything that I have here. So I've got about 10 papers, and I'm going to upload it. So the difference between NotebookLM and other chatbots is that you can't use NotebookLM unless you upload a source to begin with. So the information that when it answers a question, it's always going to be an answer related to the information that you're feeding it. And so this is meant to try and cut down that problem called hallucinations, where AIs have a tendency of saying things that perhaps weren't related to the information that you have. So this is powerful because it's any answer that you get is only related to the sources that you provided. Okay, so now once you put it in, you see it's now busy processing all that information. And so the website is divided into 3 panes. On the left-hand side, you have the sources pane, and this is all the documents that you've just uploaded. In the middle, you have a chat pane, and this is where you ask your question in the box below, and it will now start to generate a series in relation to your question. And on the right-hand side, you have the studio, and this is where you create different forms of media that's related to the question that you ask. So you'll see on the left-hand side, under sources, you have add button, and you also have a discover button. So add will allow you to add information that you have. So I use the PDF options, and if you press choose file, I just want to show you the different types of files that you have here. So it's PDF, it's .txt, it's .md, it's .mp3, .mp4. One of the very nice features that you have here is that if you have an audio file that you want to transcribe, you can upload the audio file there and it will automatically transcribe that into written word, which is a very powerful feature because transcription is often something that you need to pay for, and it can be quite expensive to do that. And so I think it can take about like a 2-hour clip, and it would be able to convert that into text for you. Videos as well, I believe, and different file types. The one that's not here, interestingly enough, is that you can't upload a Word document. So a docx file isn't here. So if you have a Word document that you want to explore, I recommend you save it as a PDF first and then upload it into the tool. I see 2 hands. Jabulani, you want to come in?
Yes, please. Thank you and good morning. In terms of transcription, is it limited to the languages? Because I found many AIs that are can only transcribe specific few languages, while my data is in isiZulu. Thank you.
That's a good question. So this is using the Google Gemini tool, and Gemini is actually one of the better AI models where it comes to different types of languages, but local languages, South African languages, could be a different matter. So let's ask the question to Gemini itself to find out. So the default model that NotebookLM uses is the 2.5 Pro. So on Gemini 2.5, I'm going to say, what languages, let's ask it, what South African languages are supported in Google spelling? Gemini 2.5 Pro. I said South African because I didn't want a long list of Spanish and Chinese and everything else in the world. English, Afrikaans, and it says it's got good proficiency for some of the other languages, including isiZulu. So you can try it. It might not be perfect. It's saying high proficiency for English and Afrikaans. I always find it very surprising that Afrikaans is one of the best languages that it can work with. But yeah, try it out and we can see what sort of coverage it has and how accurate it is. I've noticed when you use MS Teams, for example, and you're trying to transcribe, you're looking at the transcript, and often it struggles with South African accents, and so the transcript also doesn't often match what's there. But so the quality perhaps might not be perfect, but maybe it gives you a start. There was a second question from The
Futso. So I think it was still related to the first question because I wanted to also find out if it can recognize different languages. But sometimes you may find that, as you have said, that it transcribes, but it's not transcribing something that is making sense with what you have recorded. And so I wanted to find out how accurate perhaps the notebook and Gemini could be.
Yeah, it's not perfect. So in my experience, I found that often names it makes a mess with, places, though those are often an issue. But yeah, I'm also seeing the comment there from Shabir Musa. So you must anonymize as well. So ensure when you're uploading this information, remember with the discussion that we had yesterday that it's not the private conversation that you had in your interviews. That's not what we're talking about here. It's other forms of media perhaps that you want to transcribe. Yeah, so on the language issue, never perfect. Chantal?
Thank you, Mr. Chetty. I was just wondering now, since we are on this topic, the AI manufacturing, I don't know if it's a company, but I remember Mr. Chetty said yesterday that it's based in Joburg. Am I correct? Or they may be looking at these issues that we are currently raising about the language models, accents, and all of these things, since we are taking a proactive role in shaping our own landscape?
I guess gradually over time, the amount of data that they consume will improve the quality of the output that's there. I can't say for sure that your Googles and your Microsoft are making a specific effort to try and address these problems. I think they may have centers here, but I don't know if it's one of their priorities. So I won't speak for them and say that they are doing that. But I would hope so. But I
In
guess
the
time will
community
tell.
of practice, or they may be looking at having a working group who can work with these platforms and companies developing AI tools.
In our community of practice at the moment that I mentioned, we have other colleagues also involved in research. We have some that are involved in the government sector, one or two, and one or two from the private sector. Our intention with the community of practice is to have our network help shape the research that we do. And so potentially we could highlight language as one of those big priorities that we want to focus on. And so then we would conduct some study on that, which would then perhaps we try and use that to lobby the tech producers to engage with this particular issue. So that could be a strategy that we employ. Potentially, we could also invite people from those groups to our community of practice so that they can hear these problems firsthand.
And
yeah,
us as a working group who is part of this, sorry, Mr. Chetty, and us who is part of this working group of this 3-day workshop, is it possible that since we are also now exploring with Mr. Chetty all these tools, if we can maybe be part of that working group, because we might have ideas and contributions as well.
Yes, no, as I mentioned, there's an open invite to colleagues to come and join our community of practice. So if you are interested, please drop me an email and I can share with you some more details about the community of practice. And yeah, we can take it from there.
Fantastic, thank you.
Another hand? No. Yes, so colleagues, coming back to the exercise, you upload the information. You also have opportunities to use other sources of media. So you can use Google Drive. So you can find documents on Google Drive. You can connect to particular websites and put the website URL directly in there. If there are particular YouTube videos that you're interested in, you can also do the same. Copy the YouTube URL and put it in, so it will create transcriptions of that sort of that video, and then you can then have a conversation with that. In the project that I shared with you yesterday in the opening session, I did just that. I found various discussions. I found YouTube videos, different websites, different documents, push them all into the project so that you could explore all of these different sources of information. I'm going to go back to the exercise. So we have created our NotebookLM project, and we have now uploaded the information that's in there. I have a prompt now to help generate a summary based on that information. As we discussed yesterday, you're going to take that prompt, put it into NotebookLM. Where you see the yellow highlight, this will be a prompt to you to try and just focus it on a particular issue that you want to explore. If you don't want to explore a particular issue and you want to see what everything is saying, you can remove that section of the prompt, which is asking you to focus on a particular issue or theme. So I'm going to copy that prompt. I'm going to go to my NotebookLM project, and I'm going to paste that in here. I'm going to leave mine general, and I'm going to take that out. And you run that. So now this is reading my 10 sources of information. It has all 10 in its memory. And so it understands all the content that's in there. And very soon it will now generate a summary of this information. So the prompt that we have here, I just gave it some detailed instructions about what approach it should follow, some guidelines about maintaining an academic but accessible tone. These are all things that you can update on your own. The main thing I was trying to do here was get a structured summary, and you can figure out how it is that you want to polish that prompt to get better responses. And so yeah, it gives you an introduction to the theme. It creates a few bold points, which becomes useful if you're trying to follow this a little more. And the key point that I want to mention here is, let's look at the patterns that it finds, the multidimensionality of decent work. And so it says this is consistently identified as a concept that transcends purely economic or objective variables. The important point here is these tags that are in the data. So whenever you work with AI generated content, you don't want to accept it on face value. And so the important point is that you want to always verify what the sources are saying. But what's often hard is that it's hard for you to identify the statement that's being made with the source where it's coming from. So I have 10 documents that are here now. It could be very difficult for me to say this particular sentence about the consistency of the concept not being just economic or objective. I can now check where this is coming from in the literature. So if I press 21 there, for example, it's going to the document Kekana Unpacking 2023, and it highlights to you in that particular source where that information is coming from. So you could read the highlight and then read the context where that's coming from to get a sense of does that statement actually match what's there. If you know your discipline, perhaps you'll be able to tell broadly if these statements are on par with what you expect. But the key point is to verify, as I've been told many times. And so as you're checking your work, you want to then just go through these sources and say, and find out where is it coming from that you're making that particular statement. So that's a very valuable tool. So colleagues, try it out. I've noticed we took quite a bit of time here, and it's 10:15. So perhaps what I will do is jump to the next exercise, and we'll keep an eye on the chat to see if there's any questions coming in. The next exercise was to generate some keyword frequencies to understand what are the popular ideas that are coming back. I do want to add a disclaimer to what this does generate, because often it's not perfect in terms of how it counts up the responses. But it will give you an indication of what's the big themes that are coming up. So this prompt involves, this is exercise 3. We give the prompt a role, so it's going to be a keyword frequency analyzer. Its mission is to extract keywords and their frequencies from the uploaded literature, prioritizing for relevance. So I'm going to pop that into the chat pane, and let's see what it does. So while that's going, where's the question from? Rodney. How do you start a new project in Notebook, i.e. clear an old project? So once you're in Notebook, you'll notice that it will create different. So this is, if you're looking at it for the first time, you probably have either nothing here. I use it quite often, so you can see I've got many different projects that have been created. If you're creating a new project, you would click the Create New Project button, and then it will allow you to upload sources. If you don't have anything to add, or if you want to go back to the menu, just click on this Notebook LM icon in the top left corner, and this will bring you back here. And then if you want to create a new one, you go back to Create New, and you can work from there. Okay, so let's see, keyword frequencies, what has it done? I'll just make this a little bigger. So it says decent work comes up more than 100 times. Capabilities, the capability approach has come up 86 times. And it shows you where this is coming from in the literature. Gig work, 85, well-being, 73, labor market, 45, dignity, 39, labor standards, 39. It's also gone on to find locations, South Africa, Nigeria, informal sector, okay, and different concepts that have come up. So this is just a nice way to explore the literature, to understand what sort of content is actually emerging out of that. So it's a quick prompt, just asking it about keyword frequencies, but it gives you some good results to get a high level overview of what's in the sources of information. Yeah, and then exercise 4 was to create the aha moments. And so colleagues, if you remember yesterday's presentation, I think we mentioned the aha moment. This is that nugget of information, that unexpected insight that is found in the literature. And so when the AI is reading it, it literally goes, if you watch an AI when it's reasoning through a paper, it will read the text and it will give itself some instructions of what to do, and then it will say, aha, I found. And so just by tagging that information with aha, it highlights those interesting nuggets. So if you ask for that, you actually get something very interesting coming back. So to do that again, we copy that and we go back to NotebookLM, and you punch in, list the aha moments that exist in the literature, and we run that. Is this similar to Atlas.ai? Atlas.ai, you've got to do that coding either manually, or recently they've got the new AI automated coding. I haven't checked in recently in the last few months, but last I saw the AI coding that it performed. It tries to be comprehensive. And so actually what I find is that I get flooded with information when it does the coding. So you could upload all your information in there. You turn on the AI coding and it just starts spinning and it starts reading all the information. And then it throws back hundreds and hundreds of codes. And it becomes a bit difficult to explore this information. So for me, I like this tool because it helps me identify what the key issues are in, and I can do it question by question. So I'm doing it one at a time to understand where the information is coming back from. Second question. If you accidentally came out of the chat in Notebook LM, how do you return back to the chat? So I'm imagining that you perhaps have gone back out of the project. So that's the thing with Notebook LM. Everything that the questions that you've asked are only visible in the session that you're in right now. So I'm just going to copy this so that I have it. If I go out of this, go out of the project, and I come back to it, you'll notice that my chat pane is now empty, and so my last results are gone. It gives you this little summary of the literature to begin with, but you've lost everything that you asked before. So if I go back to the aha moments, I'll just generate that again. This is something that you need to remember, colleagues, that it doesn't keep the information that you return indefinitely. It's while you're working with it in that moment. Yeah. So let me look at these aha moments. And so it says we need to reevaluate motivation in blue-collar work. So a qualitative study exploring decent work among blue-collar workers challenged the common assumption regarding their motivation. Intrinsic motivation in low-skilled jobs. The shift beyond objective measures of decent work. So this is not summarizing the information, colleagues. This is finding those key items that you want to explore and go deeper into. And I asked for the top 10, and you can expand or shrink as you need, or you can be more specific about a particular issue. So we could drill into this and say, tell me more about this problem, and understand the context of the last answer that you've just, a last question that you've asked and the answer it provided. And so it will connect the dots, read that, and explore the literature and give you an answer. What's the question? How do I know how many papers were searched? It searches everything that you've included. So another thing that I should have mentioned, all 10 sources that I uploaded, colleagues, are available here. If you only want your answer to be based on a particular source, you can tick that particular option and then just choose the ones that you want it to search from. If you want to explore all the literature at once, make sure all of them are ticked. If you want to do one or two or more, you can choose that. So the question that you ask will be associated with the sources that are ticked. And so you can see here, I've now drilled into that issue that we were exploring about motivation in blue-collar work. Yeah, let's see, we'll go back to the exercise. Next question. So the key point that we're trying to raise your colleagues is that you don't want to copy and paste or directly just use the information that's generated from Notebook LM, just to explore the literature, to find those highlights. But from there, you still definitely want to figure out what argument you want to make. And so it's giving you a good overview to begin with, but you've still got to be that primary author, add your voice to the argument that's being made. There's a hand from Maruf.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, thank you very much for this wonderful, training. I think actually I've gained a lot. So I was wondering, when you use that notebook LM, the references, are they referring to that part?
Have you gone forward in the exercise there, Maruf? I know I've got one of the exercises is to generate references based on the sources that you uploaded.
Hello?
Are you, Maruf?
Hello?
Could you...
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. I think we broke up for a second. You were asking me about references.
Yes, the references. Are they?
Maruf, we're losing you again. Okay, Maruf, I think your question that you might have been asking is what references is it actually providing when you ask it to generate the references? So I think one of my exercises, but might be related to, yeah, in exercise 9, when we're doing the systematic literature review, I ask the AI to generate a reference list. And so I provide a basic prompt that you can use. And so this would read the sources that are there and then pull out a reference list for you to work with from that point. So that would point to the sources of information that you've uploaded in this particular prompt, but not necessarily digging into each paper and pulling out the references within. That was the intention behind this prompt. Maruf might have had a different result, and perhaps we can come back to that when we get into exercise 9. Colleagues, so the last one I want to do before the tea break is to now start using some of these other resources, creating some other resources that are available in NotebookLM. And so to do that, there's going to be a mind map. I want to generate a mind map using one of the tools, but there's many other options that you have there. So if you look at your screen now, you've got the audio overview. This is where it allows you to generate a podcast. So you could either just press the button as it is, and that will generate it based on everything that's been uploaded. Or you can customize that audio overview and you press that little edit pencil icon in the corner and it will generate the podcast. And there's many options that are associated with that. You could create videos. You can create a mind map, which will explore all the literature in its entirety and give you a big picture of what's being generated. Reports, you can now get it to generate a report based on the information that's there. And so you can customize what that is. And then flashcards and quiz. So these are nice tools for studying. And so if you've got a lot of literature that you need to work through and try to understand them, you can use the flashcards tool to just explore that information. So it'll give you quick prompts and then it'll help you go through the big questions that are there. And a quiz can generate a quiz based on the content that's there. So nice tools to explore the information. Let me show you how that's generated. So I will do it together. So if we use the mind map option, you just click on that. It'll take a few minutes to load. I think I've got another one that's been created already. And I'm just going to show you that. So I've got a few resources that are already generated. After you press the button to generate it, it adds them to the pane underneath those options on the right-hand side. And so you can spot a mind map by the icon that it places next to it. So this is the mind map that I created. What is this one? This one is a flashcard, I think. It's a report that I've generated based on some of the information. The one above it is a podcast that's being generated. And then a video. So let me start with the mind map. You click on that. And so now this gives you a high-level overview of everything that's there. I saw capabilities came up quite a bit, so I'll explore into capabilities. So the core components according to Sen, capabilities as real freedom, functionings, agency, capability sets. So it just gives you a picture of all the information that's there. So you can now move around this and find out what's going on. So if you want to understand one concept in more detail, just click on agency, for example, and it will now generate this prompt. And so it automatically generated this prompt that says, discuss while it's generating, does discuss what these sources say about agency, freedom to choose and act in the larger context of the core components of SEM. So it's connecting the point that you made versus the box that was higher up in the hierarchy, and it's now giving you information in that context. And so it's using that to explore the literature that's there. If you want to create a podcast, the way you would do it is that you would press this edit icon if you want to create.
Regarding what you just demonstrated from the room, take away.
Thank you, Chris. Sorry. The mind map made me think about the conceptual framework that students are normally have to structure. So do you suggest that that tool could also be used to generate the conceptual framework from the literature? Because I sort of think you can.
You can use that to explore the broad consensus of what the big issues are in the literature. You can export, I think, an image based on that. However, you can't customize the mind map. So it will generate something, I think, based on the sources that you've selected, and then create that image, and you can then decide what level of detail you want to expand the mind map to, and then export that particular image. But yeah, you could, I guess, use that to describe the broad outline of what's discussed in the literature. As always, you want to verify and confirm that what it's generated does make sense, but I think it gives you a quick picture of what's there for you to then work from. Question in the chat. I have used NotebookLM to generate a few podcast episodes, quizzes, mind maps before. I am curious to know if it is possible to change or customize the voices used in the podcast. Would it be a matter of writing a prompt in a specific way, or is there an option somewhere in the notebook? Unfortunately, no. We always say here at HSRC that when we generate a video and if we use it in a presentation, we apologize for the American voice that you hear when it comes out. You can't change the default voices that are there. Recently, you're now able to change the language. So let's see what it generates. Perhaps there's Afrikaans in the list somewhere here. Okay, I don't see it as one of the main languages. Oh, it is here, Afrikaans. So you could potentially generate an Afrikaans podcast based on that. I don't speak the language well. Let's say, what are the highlights? Sources. So we could check later to see how it's done to generate an Afrikaans podcast. It might be an Afrikaans podcast with an American accent. So we see what that sounds like. Let me play for you a video that's been generated so you get a sense of what can be done. So if you just click on that.
Hey, everyone. So let's just jump right in. For decades, we've had this pretty clear global idea of what makes a good job. But, the world of work is changing like crazy, fast.
Just give me an indication if you can hear it.
Yes,
thumbs
we
up
can,
from
Mr.
anyone?
Chitty.
Okay, thank you, lovely.
Faster than ever before. And that makes you wonder, is our definition of good work actually still working for us?
It sounds so simple, right? What really makes a job decent? Is it just the paycheck? Is it the hours you work? The security? Well, this one question is at the absolute heart of these huge global debates. And honestly, the answer is getting more and more complicated.
So I won't play the whole thing. You should be able to generate your own videos like that. And you can customize it with a basic instruction. But I guess that gives you a sense of what's possible. There's a hand that's raised from Tole, Tole, would you like to say something?
Oh no, sorry, sir, it's a mistake.
Oh, okay. I'm just going to try follow the chat. But unrelated to the current topic of what are the chances we could create our own online community after this workshop ends to continue to discuss? Yes, I'd love to do that about the online community. It's something we can explore. I'm not sure what shape that would take. We've been talking about AI Fridays here in our small team for a while. We just haven't been able to get that up and running. And so that would be a more informal discussion that we have, say, every second Friday. Perhaps that could be something that we do. Shabir Musa, how are we able to use textbooks in AI in the academic space? Shabir, maybe I can just ask you to come on if you're able to and just expand on your question.
Yes, thanks. I'm just wondering, with textbooks that are online and that we use perhaps with restrictions on how it might be used in the sort of LMSs of universities, how might we, for example, do what's suggested, take chapters and put it into, books into these AI tools and then use them for teaching? I wonder if there are limitations, if anybody's looked at the problem and how we deal with it.
So if you're talking about the mechanics to upload the PDF, it would be the same as uploading
Not so much the
PDF.
mechanics.
Yeah,
I mean, that
no,
is, if it's
that's my
available in
point.
PDF, then it's fine. It's more
Yes.
the legalities of it. I
It's
think the
whether you
licensing
should.
issues.
I think you'd have to take that case by case. So if the information is published and it's out there and it's available for you to download, perhaps there's no issues. If there are implications of you uploading the content into the chatbot and maybe they have some sort of requirement in how you use that, we'd probably have to abide by that. But you'd have to do that case by case. I know we've had issues with particular journals not willing to share with us papers that are published out of the fear that we might upload it into a chatbot, and then they're saying the chatbot then processes all of that information. So yeah, I guess with textbooks, we'd have to do case by case to understand what's possible, what's allowed, in terms of what the rights are for those books. There been any more? I think that's all related. Shailette, is it possible to use downloaded literature from the source in the VOS viewer software the way we do with Scopus for mapping? Shailette, would you like to come in and just expand on your question? I'm not familiar with VOS viewer.
Okay, thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay, so with VOS Viewer, you can link downloaded material from Scopus, be it the literature that you want to use in a systematic literature view, and no one to map on the, no one to map the themes and everything in those circles and what have you, if you can picture it. So I wanted to find out if it's possible again to do the same thing, to say when I want to upload my downloaded literature the same way I would have done with Scopus. Is it possible that I can also pick that literature from this illicit or from the source?
So I haven't used VOS viewer, so I'm not sure how you get the information out. But if you are able to export it as a PDF, I don't see any problems in trying to upload it into NotebookLM.
Okay, that's.
And then there's a question from Jolene. Do we have to reference NotebookLM and have it listed in the bibliography? I wouldn't reference NotebookLM. I would mention NotebookLM as part of my methodology. and say this is the approach that I've used to analyze the information, I would reference the papers that you're using and the content of those papers. Yeah. Colleagues, we over time for the tea break. So can I suggest we take a 10-minute tea break now, and we come back at 10 to 11. And so, yeah, we can excuse others. I see one hand up. I will try and respond to that hand while others go on tea. So that is Shez.
No, before, I'm not sure if you were monitoring, there's a Q&A segment also. I was busy with technical things, so I'm not sure if those questions were answered. The Q&A, no, this is possible.
The questions in the Q&A.
Morning, Chief.
Shezi, you want to go ahead?
Yes. Thank you so much for the platform. I wanted to ask, how are we going to sign the register online? Because yesterday I couldn't get the information. I had troubles with my network connectivity.
What we're going to do, so Teams automatically keeps track of everyone that's in the meeting. And so we can generate a report based on who's in. And once this academy is over, we will be downloading the videos, downloading the information. We're going to go with and we will send back to you one links to access the recording of our YouTube channel and also to provide you a certificate of attendance for the event. So so we will deal with that after we're done with this video session. Khadija, your question is noted. I'm going to come back to the Q&A after tea and go through those questions next. Thanks, colleagues. Let's take that break and we'll be back at 10 to.
This person here, internal.
That's crazy.
Thanks, colleagues. It's 10 to 11 again. I see rooms are somewhat empty. So facilitators that are around, please try and just coordinate and bring people back to the venue. We can kick off again.
Let me just. In youth, or it's like birth. I don't know if I'm going right?
No, we're live.
But anyway, we're not starting yet.
We're about.
Okay, just want to ask you something in a minute. So part of our work, right, in the R&D service is to get new companies on board.
Okay, thanks everyone. I see we're coming back in. What I'll do in the meantime, as people are settling, I'll just go over the Q&A that's in the chat, call it the Q&A chat, whatever you call that. See the questions that are there. Okay, Kathleen Whitaker was having difficulties earlier joining the chat. I'm not sure if Kathleen is with us and if she solved that problem. Might be an issue related due to her not having a name connected. I'm not sure if that's a problem. Maybe she needs to log in with a signed account. Marcia is asking, how safe is it to use the transcription option for research key informant interviews? So just thinking in terms of risk of their names and organizations, information safety. Yeah, so that's a big question. So I would say not to use the AI to transcribe sensitive interviews, recordings of that, because you don't know what's actually been discussed within that particular conversation. But if it's some sort of recording that's not as sensitive, then yeah, I would potentially use that for the transcription because it saves some costs there. Main question is whether illicit will exclude predatory journals. I think on that predatory journal point, the key point to consider is the journal quality filter that's there. So I think it was a Q4 as the ranking. If you use higher quality responses, that might give you better outputs. Please advise how to download a PDF. Shandir asked that about an hour ago. Shandir, if you're with us, are you still having a problem downloading PDFs? I imagine that's from illicit.
I'm sorted, thanks, Krish. Sweetwater's also asked that same question, and I got the information at that point. So thank you very much.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Shandir. Marco Suzani, does illicit reference which articles the info is sourced from? So illicit gives you the article, and then it's up to you to add that to your reference manager to use that. Hope I'm answering your question there. Yeah, so colleagues, we've done, I think we went up to exercise 5, and we were generating different types of resources. Let me just share my screen again. Yeah, so we've spoken about the audio overview and the video overview and the mind map. The exercise just shows you different things that you can do. On the option of creating a custom report. So that was one of the things there. The custom reports, what you'll see in the screenshot, it's got some basic ones that it does, which is create your own, then a briefing doc, then a study guide, then a blog post. And so each of those you can customize. Then the suggested formats are content that's based on suggested outputs based on the content that you've imported. So here it's suggesting making a policy brief, a research proposal, a concept explainer based on those examples. And so you could do a concept note. And so I give you some instructions about how to create a custom report, how to create a custom report based on this. And so let me show you how you do that. So we go to NotebookLM, we go back to Studio, we create this reports, and you see it's creating suggestions for those potential additional reports that you have. So if you wanted to create any one of those, you could click on it and then either use the prompt that's provided, or you modify that and it would generate something for you. You could also create your own. And so you would then specify what it is that you wanted to generate. And so, yeah, you can use your own creativity, and it gives you a way of just like condensing the information and figuring out what's there. I've got an example that was created, which I think is this one, navigating the world. I'll just open that up. And so you can see how it's generated this report. And so you can then copy this information and go to a new Word document and paste it. And so this is the information that's there. What I'm not seeing in this version is references to the information that was created. So that's something that you should consider if using this. And of course, use this with caution, considering that you want to be able to verify statements that are there. But if you want a high-level overview, or you want to create some sort of output based on that, there's these options under the reports space where it generates the sort of content for you. Great. So I've explained how to do videos. We've done that. The next one I want to do is to now visualize some of the outputs that have been generated. We spoke about the aha moments earlier. And so let's go back to the aha moments that were generated and then try and visualize one or some of them. So I'm just going to get that prompt again for the aha moment. So I will go back to my project. And the aha moments again. And so what you're going to use here while this is generating is you're going to use Napkin.ai. So if you haven't used this before, there's a link in the document. So you would sign in again. And like all the others, it also likes to use the Google account for these things. This one has taken me in directly, didn't ask me which one. So you could either create a new napkin where to drop something from AI, or you create a blank one. A few weeks ago, this tool was completely free and there were no limitations on what you could do. Since then, they've now come up with different pricing tiers for napkins. So there are some limitations on how much you can use it within a month on the free version. But I have found that you can generate quite a lot of graphs here without any complaints. So potentially you won't have too many problems using it. So I've got the aha moments. It's gone on to 9. Let me just focus on one group. So I'm going to look at this issue of blue collar, the issues on blue collar work. So I'm going to copy these 3 aha moments that were flagged. So I'm copying that. I'm going to go to NotebookLM, and I'm just going to paste that in here. And so you'll see it's got the text there, and it's got this blue line which comes down. And against that blue line, there's this lightning symbol. And if you just press that, it's going to read these texts. It's going to recognize your 3 big bullet points. And it will now make sense of what's being described here. And it starts to generate these images. And so you can now pick and choose which one that you'd like to use based on that. So does the tree make sense? Does the leaky bucket well demonstrate what's here? These wobbling stones and so on. And so you can keep going through this and figure out what's best for you. And then you can customize that a little further.
So, is there a limit on the amount of words that you can put in here?
There is a limit. See if we can find that out. AI credits get consumed when using an AI feature like the star. Your credits will refill on October 6th. So I think for the last month, I've used about 380 credits out of the 500 that was allotted to me. And I've probably used it about 10, 15 times in the course of a month. So that gives you a sense of how much credits you have. So yeah, so there's a number of times, and it's probably based on number of words. I'm not sure exactly how it processes the number of credits that get consumed. But if you have a good idea of what you want to visualize, this is a nice way to quickly create graphics, and I use it at some point in the presentation as well for what we're demonstrating here.
Be able to edit these images up done.
So you can edit them. Once it's there, you could add stuff in there. So it's got a main layout that you can work with. You can, I think these items are grouped together. So you could try and move some of them around, add another one into that, and and add more points to it. So it gives you a start and you could work with it. You've got to try and figure out just what exactly you wanted to say and what the shape should be. So it made a decision here, I think. It saw it had a square, a triangle, and a hexagon, and so it added the circle to be different for whatever this was supposed to represent. So there's some intuition that's involved there in what it adds. Okay, yeah, so you can play around with that, colleagues, and get a sense of what's possible. Just to also say, usually when I do this sort of thing, I've just completed my thesis, and in my thesis, I add a note also in my methodology to say images were generated with Napkin.ai. I explain the process where I say I distilled my information into key bullet points. I use those bullet points to then generate appropriate imagery. And so I explain that process and I document that in my methodology when I use something like this. What I found, if I talk about my own personal experience, is that my institution that I was at actually wasn't familiar with this tool to begin with and weren't sure themselves how to handle this in terms of what you capture in your methodology. So often you're breaking new ground when you try a new tool. So you've got to try and just figure out what you can do that keeps you comfortable with the way that you're using these. Let's go to the next exercise. So the next one that we're going to work on will be to generate an infographic. And I'll just take a step back here before I do the exercise. ChatGPT has been able to create images for a while. If you're familiar with the DALL-E model that they have, that they actually first came out with DALL-E before they came out with ChatGPT, for interesting tidbit. And so the first few images that they used to do were very terrible at creating text. And often if you look at AI images, they weren't able to get fingers and hands done correctly. You'll see an image and the hand is on backwards or someone's head is facing the wrong way. And there's these funny things that have been in image generation. This year, we've seen that they're getting much better at getting the dynamics of a human body represented well, as well as capturing text. The text is not perfect, however. It does make mistakes more often, especially when you ask it to generate longer bits of information based on or have longer sentences included in an image. So potentially you will find some pictures that are out there with spelling mistakes. I often see this more and more on social media now where people are putting out some sort of infographic, but you'll find there's a spelling mistake or the logos incorrectly and so on. So those are things that you need to be aware of when working with these sorts of tools. That said, they are quite strong at actually creating a good info. And the exercise that we have involves uploading one of the documents that perhaps that you downloaded into ChatGPT and then copying the prompt that we have. So the basic prompt that you wanted to do is to analyze the information and create the info. And then you can be more specific about what exactly you want to be illustrated in that infographic. And so it comes down to the prompt. And so I've given you some stuff that you can edit in the prompt. So I say, try and identify who the target audience is. What sort of format do you want this to generate? What's the goal that you want to achieve with the infographic? And I specify how exactly you should go about laying it out. These things you can edit and change as you need. It's just to give you a sense of what's possible. So I would copy this as is. And you go to ChatGPT. You could do this in Gemini as well. Gemini is quite good at creating these sorts of bits. If you look at the Chinese chatbots, Qwen can create images, but potentially might make some mistakes. So maybe we'll try this out on a few different platforms to see how they do. So I've got one that's been done already, but I'll just key up a few others so that we can try it out. On the free version of ChatGPT and Gemini, you will have some limitation in the number of questions that you, number of prompts that you can run. So just be aware of that. So I'm going to upload that journal article that I had about my AI and corruption. There's a hand. So Cindy, would you like to come in while I'm busy editing this?
Thanks, Krish. And also thanks for organizing this workshop. I think it's quite beneficial for a lot of us. I just wanted to ask if there are any resources, AI resources, that can help us construct images of where the papers were published. This is just to sort of reduce the number of tables. You know, when you write systematic reviews, there's so many tables that you need to add full of information. So at least highlighting in the map would be nice to reduce the number of tables.
What you could do, generally when you're doing a systematic review, you have that table which lays out the Prisma process that you follow. So how many papers did you source? Did you identify initially? How many did you exclude? How many did you check for relevance? How many duplications? So you would generate your table based on that. So what you could do is after you have that table, you could pop that table into one of these chatbots and ask it to generate a narrative about the process. You could then copy that narrative into Napkin.ai, and that could visualize the steps. And you could just see how well it recognizes all of those things. When you do use Napkin.ai, what I've also noticed is sometimes it makes its own decisions about which items should be in. So in a systematic review, you've got to be very careful because you want to make sure all the steps that you follow would be represented in that image. So yeah, it's probably a back and forth that you'd need to follow to actually do that. So yeah, let me just carry on with this prompt. I'll just finish this up, and then distribution format. I was going to say this could be a image for a LinkedIn post. And there we go. This article is dealing with whistleblowers. So I'm going to say argue for AI to support auditing purposes to protect whistleblowers. So that's my prompt. I'm going to run it quick. First, you've got to make sure you choose paid image. We'll do that here. Let's do that on Google Gemini. I'll create an image on Gemini. The same prompt, let's upload that document. As soon as that's done, that's done there. And then let's try it out on Qwen as well. I haven't done this on Qwen before. I don't know how well it's going to be. Image image generation, page prompts. And I see the issue with Qwen is that you can't upload a document. Let me try a different model. Same problem. So it's not going to read the document generated. So your options are ChatGPT and Gemini. So here's the infographic that's been generated by ChatGPT. Use AI to audit and protect whistleblowers. The risks whistleblowers face grave dangers after exposing corruption. Legal protections are often weakly enforced. I actually don't see any spelling mistakes here, so it's done well. And it's highlighted some of the key data that was in my paper. Let me look at. Oh, Gemini is getting stuck. I can't see the article. I'll do that again. Graphic. Are there any questions in the chat? Nothing new. And so, colleagues, getting a sense here of how you can create infographics. So the ChatGPT one is pretty good. Let's see what Gemini can do. Okay, so this one is gone for more words, and you can see the spelling is not great. They expose Rodin Project Public. Yeah, so hasn't done a great job in Gemini, but ChatGPT one looks pretty good. Okay, if there's no comments there. Oh, I'm seeing comments about safeguard or safeguard being spelled incorrectly. Oh, I see, safeguard. Okay, so not perfect, but that's why you've got to check your work. Right. Okay, the next one that we're going to do is anonymizing transcripts, coding anonymized transcripts. So this is first, the disclaimer is here. You've got to follow the prescripts that you have in your ethics application if you are analyzing any information that is gathered from research participants. So if you have got that cleared, the next thing that you would need to do is protect their identity. And to do that, if you have an interview transcript, you want to remove any information which is referring to their name or the name of their institution. Once you've been able to anonymize that, and so you would need to do that manually, you cannot do that in the AI itself, because that defeats the purpose, because the AI would have already gotten the transcript from your first upload. So you want to take off the names, and then at that point you'd be able to analyze the particular transcript. So what we would do is, in the shared folder, colleagues, you will see I've got a series of mock interview transcripts. These are things that I just generated. There's no particular insight behind it. I think I asked it to generate information about fictitious people's views on AI adoption in South Africa. And so if you download one of them, you could then go about trying to anonymize it. So step one is the anonymization. So if you look at this transcript.
Sorry, Krish, which module is the transcript there?
Module 5, I think it is. Module 5, and within module 5, there's a folder called interview, so you can download from there. Yeah, so if you have a look at the transcript, it's between Krish and Tabo. And so what I would do is do a search and replace to begin with and get rid of my name. And let's call that interviewer. And we'll replace all the occurrences of my name. And then we will replace all the occurrences Tabo. So if you're doing this, you would want to have some sort of mapping table where you would know each of the names of your your research participants and the particular pseudonyms that you associate with them. I'm going to call Tabo participant 1, and I'm going to replace that. And then you scroll through it, seeing here that it's referring to a Zanele. So let's replace all the Zaneles. I will replace Zanele with friend 1. So we'll do that. You scroll more, have a look for any names of institutions. And just make sure that it's I'm not seeing any mentions of institutions that are here.
Please, Wits was somewhere at the top.
Was it?
It was behind your search box when you typed Wits at the beginning.
Was it? So this is the issue, colleagues, that you've got to have a close, careful eye and make sure that you have anonymized, removing all of those sorts of sensitive information. Wondering if I accidentally deleted that sentence that was there. Okay, but I'm relatively satisfied that this is being corrected. So now what you can do is just save this somewhere once you've done the edits. Save it there. Let's go back to the exercise and just follow what's next. Okay, so we've done the cleaning, and the next step would be to upload that to NotebookLM. You could, if it's just one, you could upload it to any chatbot. If you're going to upload it, if you have more than one, NotebookLM would be a nice project to work with. And also NotebookLM can work with .txt files. Just for some reason, they have problems with Windows or Microsoft files, rather, sorry. So we go back to NotebookLM, we'll create a new project, and I will upload that particular file that I just cleaned. And so it's busy processing there. So it's saying, please analyze all 4 sources. Okay, you could have, I'm just going to do the cleaning on one to save time. So I will adapt that prompt. And so please analyze all sources. And it's now going to read that. It says, I'm going to find you some important themes related to the student's experience in higher education. So this, colleagues, is just giving you the process that you would follow in trying to work through such sort of content. So there's a question I see there. How do I anonymize the interviews? Just as I did in the previous example, work with it in the text form find those names and replace those names, and try to be very careful with that. So the main point here is protect the identity, and follow the rules of whatever ethics application that you've made before you attempt this. Maybe I should try and clean a few more just to satisfy. There's a question from Maruf.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Krish. So from the text generated from the notebook LM now, I saw some figures, 1, 2, 3. What do they mean?
Which figures are you referring to?
I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, in the text. What exactly are they referring to?
So how NotebookLM works is that it takes each document, each source that you've uploaded, and it breaks it up into chunks. And so it then associates, when it provides you an answer, it will point you back to a particular chunk from the original source. So if I have to click on one, it's referring to the transcript that I just uploaded, and it's identifying a particular extract from that particular source. So the numbers are the source information within the document that you've uploaded. And there's another hand from Anandi.
Yes, I'm a bit concerned about the safety of uploading sensitive interviews or sensitive materials onto NotebookLM. I mean, where is it actually uploaded? Isn't it uploaded into the public domain?
Not directly
I
into
would
the
be
public.
very, very careful to upload anything which has not been anonymized onto it, or is it safe?
With all chatbots, you have to be very careful. That's why I'm trying to emphasize the anonymization process that you do follow, and ensuring that you do follow this with within the pretext of what you've been approved for in your ethics application. The second point after that is that NotebookLM suggests, or they argue, that the information that you upload doesn't go into their training data. That's what they say. But honestly, these things do change over time. And so you've got to be familiar with the terms and conditions of NotebookLM just to understand how they work with your data. So as far as I know, at the moment, they claim that they don't upload it into the training data, but potentially they might do so in the future. So keep track of that. Other chatbots don't make such promises, and so they do. Introduce it into the training data. Lynette has a question in the chat saying, "I do not understand how to anonymize the transcripts. Please repeat." So Lynette, maybe what you didn't see was that I was using the search and replace function. And so I looked for each occurrence of my name. So I'll do it again with this example. So I am in this interview, I am the interviewer. And so I'm looking for my name and I'm replacing that with interviewer. And so I chose replace all. And so if I look for myself as well, it doesn't exist after I've done the search and replace. Ayanda is the second name which comes up there. I will call Ayanda participant 2. So I will search for Ayanda's name and replace it with participant 2, replace all, and that will get rid of all the references to Ayanda. And then you've got to be very careful. So here in this transcript, I can see UCT is mentioned. And so I would also replace that UCT with, let's call it institution. You probably need to have some sort of table up front so that you know how you're going to be handling these sorts of anonymizations and what the pseudonyms actually refer to. Okay. A question from Jolene: transcript analysis perceived as plagiarism or acceptable if mentioned within methodology? The analysis is done with AI. Can it produce a high Turnitin? So what we're doing here, Jolene, is we're looking for the big themes. And so we're looking for the trends in the information. Again, copying and pasting from it would be a problem. And so you don't want to do that. You want to use this as a tool for analysis to identify what the big ideas are. What I do when I want to provide quotes, the exercise, I think that's coming up, will show you how to pull out specific quotes from the data. So the key trick for getting a quote out of an interview transcript is to use the word verbatim. So if you use the word verbatim within your prompt, it will pull out a particular extract. And then with NotebookLM, what you can do is also use the source reference to be able to check if the verbatim quote is exactly as it says. Often it gets it right, but potentially it might make a mistake. And so you want to correct that if it does make any errors. And then I would also make sure that I explain this process within my methodology. Ikile, do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to ask, does NotebookLM also work like one of these qualitative tool like in vivo, helping to analyze the data, identifying the key themes and sub-themes, and also putting the quote under each themes and sub-themes identified. Just wanted to know, is that the same function that NotebookLM does? Just wanted to understand that. Thank you.
So I am using it right now to identify themes. So it's looking at one particular interview transcript right now in this example, and it's highlighting themes that do come out, and it's picking out sub-themes. So it is a tool that you can use to do that sort of exercise. If I had multiple transcripts, let me actually do the second transcript to show you what patterns it finds over two. So we're replacing with it. Let me look for any other mentions of institutions or names that are in the transcript. I don't see any. I'm going to save this as well and upload the second one. Okay, that's saved. Go back here, upload it. And now I have a new question, a new source. So I'm going to run these prompts again. And I'm going to get and then I'm going to get those themes back. So once we have the themes, we will then look for quotes that are associated with a particular theme. So the next prompt is actually the key one here. It's to find verbatim quotes which support the answer. Okay, 1 minute, I'll come to you. I just want to. So the prompt is saying for every theme and sub-theme, extract 2 to 3 verbatim quotes from the transcripts provided. So let's see how it does. So it's going to read these themes and sub-themes, and it's going to give me verbatim quotes. Let's go to CPUT for that question.
Okay, Trish, a question around transcripts and the data collected. So one of my students used ChatGPT to sort of to make sense of the transcripts and the data collected. However, now CPUT came up with these guidelines on how AI could be used, plus similarity scores. So when Turnitin reports are generated, it shows a similarity score and it shows an AI score. And the students are tripped up, and I am fearful as supervisor to say it is okay to use these tools because it comes up as high AI scores. It takes months for students to graduate now. So how does one get to use the tools in a responsible, accountable way, and then not to be accused of plagiarism when it's your own data that you've generated? So now the poor student had to go back. She's physically sitting and going through these transcriptions, and it's ridiculous. She could have been done months ago. So how do we, within the confines of the university policy, deal with this? Because Sasha just mentioned that she's so scared to load anything on an AI tool for fear that it's stored and then it comes up eternity.
Well, so the key thing here is how you use it. So when you upload transcripts, like in the example, what we're doing, we're using it for brainstorming, for identifying key things that we want to explore. The argument that we make needs to be our own in our own words, right? This is giving you that starting point to understand what your information is saying. The key point, though, is let's say you now ask the AI to give you back a verbatim quote from the input source. If it's matched up the language directly as it was explained by the participant, the wording and the way that a human makes that statement is very different to how an AI would write that particular idea. So when that original sentence that was written by or that was said by the AI is included within your thesis, and it's then scanned by Turnitin, it won't actually flag that verbatim quote, even though it's gone through the AI process, because it's going to look at the language of the AI. The way Turnitin works is that it looks at the way the language is written, if there's certain patterns in the way AI writes. So if you read any AI output, for example, the mock journal article that Petronella had as one of her exercises yesterday, you would see the monotonous writing style that AI generally writes. They call it the pattern of threes. And so often that comes up, and that's some of the methods that Turnitin applies to track AI content, and that's what gives it the score. But the thing is, sometimes Turnitin can get it wrong. So I talk about the pattern of threes. Potentially, if you're writing, maybe you write in the way that in the way that the AI writes in some ways, because it's possible, and so you might not have that erratic way of writing that some do, and then potentially that could be flagged also as AI writing, and they call that a false positive. And so I think I see Razia's comment that is one of the reasons about why this has become a controversial issue, and why UCT has, or one of the reasons why UCT has decided to stop using the AI detection, because there are these false positives which emerge which then slow down the process, as you say. So what I would say then, the verbatim quotes shouldn't get flagged because that's the original words that are being spoken by the human, and it wouldn't have those inherent AI patterns and monotony that you have. But yeah, it's important to understand how Turnitin works, so that you can avoid those sorts of issues. Maruf, is that a new hand? Maruf, you're still muted.
Sorry, it's old hand. I'll lower it now.
Oh, okay. There's a few comments in the chat. I'm just going to have a look at. How is the coding done? Do we consider the found themes by AI as the paper's main codes? So you could use this together with that other example that I showed you in the previous exercise, where you could look at keyword frequencies that could give you a sense of what the main topics that are emerging from the literature. So that will give you a sense of the prevalence of a particular issue which is emerging. You could use it hand in hand with these main themes that are coming up. And I would also associate the theme with the source. So if a particular point comes up, identify how many times it's being mentioned, who are the participants that are actually flagging that, and then you can then use that to generate some sort of table as well to understand the frequency that these points actually are made. And so it gives you a sense of how prevalent these themes actually are. So use the source indicators in NotebookLM. It's very powerful to know where stuff is coming from. Does it also work with slang or vernacular? And does the anonymizing option work with hiding sensitive information on the actual disclosure of HIV? So if it's something sensitive like that, where you want to protect even the HIV status of the participant, potentially you could then have to do a search for those sorts. You'd have to understand your own research parameters about what needs to be protected. Potentially, the HIV status might actually be an interesting insight, and if it's not associated with a particular person, you're not exposing that individual's HIV status. So you've got to try and balance those sorts of issues. There's a comment from Susan with a image. Let me just see if I can see what that is about. Lots of questions. Can you see? Turnitin will even flag phrases. This will continue. I guess with the Susan, with the example that you've shared, Turnitin will look at specific examples like that, but it uses all of those to come together as the overall score. And so it's all of those sorts of items, but flagged in conjunction with everything else, which gives it its AI score. Where's the hand from? Chantal?
Hi, Mr. Chetty. I was just wondering if it's maybe possible that we can do a practical demonstration with Turnitin on this matter, if there's enough time.
I don't have access to Turnitin right now. We usually have an external person in the institution where we send it to, and they run the report, and it would take a few hours before I get the report back. If anyone has direct access to Turnitin, you could try something that you've worked on. I think with Turnitin also, it requires a minimum word count of about 400 words or so before it can give you a score. So you would actually want to write out something and then integrate the verbatim quotes and then send that document in to turn it in to see what the score would be in return. Loco? Oh, gallery. English is not my first language. I often use AI to rephrase to better English so that will AI be detected? How is the language editor different from doing language editing? In those instances, you can then make the motivation within your methodology to say, I've used AI to help me with paraphrasing or rewriting, noting that English is not your first language, and then it gets dealt with, I think, case by case by whoever you're submitting to. So it should depend on the institutions, how they respond to that, and if they would find that acceptable. Some journals are becoming more receptive to such changes, I believe. Which one? Oh, and from Lemohan.
Yes, good morning, colleagues. I have a question, especially when, some of these things that you are touching now about using AI to help and all those. So the question is, with most of these AI tools, be it AI grammar enhancement tools, proofreading tools, oftentimes detected under AI detection tools, they come as though one has used AI to actually write the whole thing. Now the question is then, how do you justify that, and how do you prove your innocence on that regard, whereby your work, you wrote your work, just that you happen to use these tools to, refine your language, to help with your structure here and there, with your grammar and all those, but then put under AI detection, it comes as AI written.
Well, it depends on the institution and how they respond to that. So my process has been to explain the process that you followed in your methodology. But then you've got to take it case by case. And so if you're using AI for grammar checks, the thing is with Grammarly, it's becoming more and more advanced in the detail of changes that it proposes to the editing. But then the question is, how different is Grammarly to an editor? You would send your work to an editor and they would rework it and get the fix that, but then you're paying for that particular editing. So this is a controversial issue. The Grammarly in this instance would be, it can actually address many of the issues that the editor would resolve. So yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have a good answer for you. I guess it's depending on how you manage this with the institution. And but it also is one of the issues why you see this change at UCT, because I think these are the arguments that are coming up. Abel?
Oh, thank you so much. I just want to add on the comment about the Turnitin. Actually, I just want to inform colleagues that the HSRC has a subscription to Turnitin, whereby IT has subscribed to it, but it is managed by the ERKU unit. We've got colleagues who are doing the authenticate run for all the articles that need to be checked for plagiarism. So previously we had the authenticate that didn't have the AI, but now in our new subscription, we have added the new version of Turnitin, whereby we've added the AI tool to the system. Today, we just had a training with the service provider on how it works. So we have colleagues in the ERKU that will assist the HSRC researchers with regard to uploading documents or articles on Turnitin. So we've got Jacqueline Masolwani, we've got Chingirirai Muzondo, and we've got Romeo Kanyile from the ERKU that will assist the HSRC researchers or anyone from the HSRC who would want to run the documents on Turnitin. So we have that tool. We have that tool that is up and running, and we have migrated to the new version of it, whereby we have added the AI. Everything that will be run through that authenticate, it will also go through the AI, whereby it will detect if the publication has been written through AI or not and stuff, and it will give the percentage. But my colleagues, as I've mentioned from the ERKU, they will be able to assist. You need to liaise with them. They will be able to assist you with the reports and so forth. That's what I wanted to add. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Abel. So colleagues, take notes. The facility is now available for us in the HSRC. Much appreciated, Abel. There was a question in the room.
I might have missed this, but why are we leaning more towards this one, the notebook, and not ChatGPT for this? Is it better? Does it provide more information?
So yes, that's a good question. So I prefer NotebookLM for two big reasons. One is it's free, and so you can have an unlimited number of questions that you ask and go back and forth with it. You can work also with up to 50 sources at once. So in ChatGPT, you would be limited by the number of documents you can upload. I think you'd probably go up to about 8, 9, 10 or so, depending on the length of the documents. Here you have got 50, and it's much easier here for qualitative research, to ask a question and be able to check the answer against the source. These little tags that you're seeing on the screen, the numbers, that's the source icon. And so you can now see where a statement is being made and compare it against the source where it comes from. On ChatGPT, you can't do that.
Is it with the paid one be as limited with ChatGPT, that middle one?
In the middle pane here, this chat pane.
No. So I mean, with ChatGPT, there's the free version, there's the next one, and then there's the most expensive. So I'm saying comparing Notebook L something and the paid version of ChatGPT, is it as limited?
In the paid version of ChatGPT, you're still limited by the number of documents you can upload. You were able to ask more questions on the paid version of ChatGPT. Usually on the free one, you can ask about 10 questions or so, and then it will stop you for the day. Or not stop you, it will push you into what they call GPT-5 Genie. And so it's a decent model, but not the best model, and some of the features that you have on the paid version aren't accessible anymore. But that said, you can do your image creation and stuff in ChatGPT. You can't do that here in the chat pane on NotebookLM. Okay. All right. A new question in the chat. Not Susan, it's Mohammed. AI detector on Turnitin has flaws. It often gives false positives and false negatives, especially if the document has been put through grammar and other enhancement tools. How do you plan to overcome that? You can't really overcome it. I mean, if your institution is using Turnitin and they have these rules based on Turnitin, there are these dangers that we are discussing. So what I would say is that we need to build awareness within the institutions themselves so that they know what they're using and why they're using it. Is the intention to police, or is the intention to help improve the quality of the writing? I think I saw a comment from Susan where she was saying it's a slippery slope of how we use it and that we can be using it to deduct marks and so on. Each institution needs to grapple with this question about how we want to work with these tools. Colleagues, I'm watching the time. We're getting close to 12 o'clock. I want to take lunch at 12:30. So I want to just go to the next exercise. So we've dealt with the verbatim quotes. So the next one is to compare and contrast insights of participants. So it's similar to what we've been doing, but it's to compare insights and then support arguments with verbatim quotes. So we've got 2 participants in here. So we're looking to see if some were optimistic, cautious, and so on. Yeah, so these are things you can try out, colleagues, and just see how it works and to understand what's possible. Remember, again, this is just helping you explore the information that is there. And so because I've got 2 here, I think NotebookLM has found it easier to present the comparisons in a table. And so it's looking at participant 1, participant 2, where they're coming from. And it's giving you some quotes. You can see that it's in comments that's supporting the point that's being made. And so again, yeah, you can work with this, look at it more closely, and try it out. I'm going to jump to the next exercise, which is the systematic literature review. So I'm just going to go back to my presentation. And just talk quickly about performing a systematic literature review with the tools that we've mentioned. If we go back all the way to the start of where we began with elicit, and we started finding literature. So the guidance that we're offering here is that you need to frame your question appropriately. So make sure you've got the amount of detail that you want to be represented in that question. So what's the population group that you're exploring? What's the problem that you're trying to address? What sort of intervention are you trying to propose? And so on. So capture that in your research question. And then based on that understanding of what you're trying to do, the next set of guidance is to think about what sort of criteria in terms of the selection criteria you want to apply in terms of how you would review the literature that you are sourcing. So is it in a certain period? Is it from a particular location? And so on. And so use that, have that guide upfront about what the rules of working with the literature would be, and use that to make decisions about what's in and what's out. And so when you do this in the next exercise, we'll use elicit to find the literature, and we'll use NotebookLM to extract, compare, and perform some synthesis on the information that's there. Again, now when it comes back, just talking about the screening process. So you'd ask your question, you pose it in a natural language, it will do that semantic search that we spoke about earlier. And then it's for you to explore the abstracts. Do they have that sort of information that you're interested in? And that will help you make a decision of whether that particular paper should be included or not. Often you might need to rephrase your question to get it looked at in a different way. So if you do one question to begin with and a second question as a different angle of it, keep track of the results that you're getting on the first question and the results from the second one, and monitor the numbers of what you first looked at and what you decided to exclude. And often when you run one question, different variations of the question, you could get duplicated papers which come up. So you want to then remove the duplicates that come up in different searches. And then the important thing is to track the number of duplicates that are there. So all of these things go into the table of information that informs the workflow that you have in your systematic literature review. And so make notes about what you're selecting, what you're rejecting as you're going along. And so then there's a process of how you work with this in NotebookLM. And so we've spoken about this largely. We've done the identification and the screening when we've been working with elicit, when we're in NotebookLM, we're doing the analysis and the synthesis. And so we're comparing findings, we're looking at study designs and so on, and trying to identify what are the gaps that are emerge when you're performing the literature review. So it's not only about telling you what this information is all about, it's also about finding out what's not being covered. And so you've got to understand your question, the area that you're working in, and understand what it is that you're looking for when you perform the sort of activity. And then you can come up with some sort of narrative which explains this and will help you to understand the information that you're working with. So, right, in terms of the steps that will follow in terms of exercise 9, which is performing the systematic literature review, you begin with your research question. You've got to frame that appropriately. You go out and you source the literature from illicit. You reject the sources that you don't want. You keep track of the references that you are working with, and then you start to explore the content. And then what I also like to do here is generate a reference list. And so you can also ask NotebookLM to read the content that you've uploaded to generate a reference list. You keep track of all the numbers of papers that you've selected and rejected, and so that would go into your Prisma table. And then you can start to identify and define the components of the literature review. And then based on all this information, you can then get it to generate some sort of outline, a skeleton of what the literature review would be. And then that would be your first piece of work to go and explore this. Of course, you'd also want to, as you're doing this, as you expand on that skeleton, you'd be going through all of the literature, reading it to understand it so that you can then make that argument. But these tools will help you build that understanding of what's in the literature, and that will complement your reading process to help you understand what it's all about. So, just trying to. So now we can do this together. So what we'll try again, colleagues, is I'll be running the exercise and we'll be tracking the chat and the comments as they come in. So please feel free to fire away, and we'll try and do these things in parallel. So in the exercise 9 that I've described in the document, you'll find that basically I'm re-explaining the points that I've just made in the presentation. So get your question right, develop a plan, and then go through the screening steps. And so we talk about going to elicit, posing the question, and so on. So what I'm trying to do here, colleagues, is let you try and do this somewhat independently. So you'll notice I haven't provided that blue box with the prompt that you use here. It should be up to you to punch in the prompt, the question that you're going to use to find that information. I haven't shown you how to open up NotebookLM and upload that. I think you've learned that over the course of the morning. So now you know the process of uploading it. Then it's the exploration, where I think I give you some guidance in how we work from there. So let me assume that you've done the sourcing right. So we've made a start here. We have a research question. It's not a perfect question. I haven't got the population details and the other sort of specifics that you want to include in your final research question, but this is also giving me a sense of what the literature is covering. And we also remember that elicit sorts the responses by relevance. So when it generates the summary, it's reading the abstracts of the top 4 papers to generate that summary. So it gives you a quick overview of what's there. But as we discussed, you can use this for your selection. You can add in new columns to identify if it's providing you the information that you need. And then based on that, you can do your downloads. And as you're going along, what's important is that you're tracking how many responses were returned that you reviewed and how many you rejected, and associate each of those responses against the original. So that's the first step broadly. It's exploring the literature and making those selections about what's useful for your systematic literature review. Let me proceed with the assumption that the project that I have is the project that I have has my broad set of literature that I want to work with. So here I've got my 10 papers in there. And so I'm going to say this is my literature base. I would have made notes about what papers I selected and what papers I rejected. And now I can start to explore the information. So from the sources, list all the studies used with citations to the exact passages. Create a comparison table, population, intervention, outcome measures, effect size, notes, missing data. So let's start there. So we punch that in. And so what you're doing is, as we've been doing, colleagues, you're now exploring the literature, finding out more information. You're verifying along the way that this is making statements that agree with the sources, and so on. While this is generating, remember we asked about Afrikaans earlier. Let's have a quick look. Just look at the Afrikaans podcast. Can anybody hear anything?
No, Mr. Chetty.
Yeah.
I see at the bottom of your screen, your mic is muted.
I did that intentionally. Yeah, I think I've got a problem with my project with the audio. But I was just using that as a side. If anyone's tried it with different languages, let me know. So yeah, we're starting to do some comparisons about the literature. It's looking at information about population, interventions, outcome measures. We explore some more summarized bias limitations. Let's do that. So what we're doing is we're gathering information from these papers that would be useful for the literature review. Moses, is there a question in Pretoria? Thank you, Moses. Are there questions coming up in the chat? Covidence. Lefutso, what is Covidence?
Hi, Mr. Chetty. So Covidence is the software that you use for systematic reviews. So, but I guess maybe it's probably works the same way as this because you do one does your literature reviews separately, and once you have done that, then you import into the Covidence software, and then according to your own eligibility and eligibility criteria, it will then start taking out the duplicates and then putting them together according to the criteria, and then you start now reading through your abstracts and then full text until you get to the end, and it's able at the same time also produce a Prisma for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I imagine, I haven't used that before, so I imagine it's keeping track of what you're selecting, what you're excluding, and then it will recognize duplicates and so on, and then use that information to generate that final table. So you could do that there. That would be a nice tool to complement NotebookLM, because what I've been saying is that you've got to manually keep track of what the selections that you're making. But if Covidence can keep track of your selection process, that will make your life a bit easier. There's a question at CPUT.
If there was a librarian around, because I'm very keen to use all of these tools, but how does one reference it in the text, in the bibliography and so on? With ChatGPT, that is the one they always show one how to reference. But I always like to do systematic reviews because it's like a case study, and you don't always need ethical clearance unless it's documents you source from somewhere. So is there a librarian who can maybe after this event assist us with how to reference in text and photography, all these wonderful tools?
Yeah, I hear you. So my response would be that you don't want to be referencing NotebookLM. NotebookLM is not the source of the information. The source of the information is the paper that you uploaded to it that has the argument that you want to refer to. What I would say is you would explain your process and your methodology to say, I use this and I'm using this to help me understand literature, examine it, and so on. But when you're preparing that literature review, you're making a statement about the information that's in that particular journal article that you started with. And so your statement must be referenced against that particular source. NotebookLM is just the tool to examine it. But I think we have Jacqueline on the line with us. Jacqueline, if it's not too much of an inconvenience, could I ask you to reflect on that question? Abel, are you there? Maybe you'd want to say something about that.
Yes, Trish. Actually, my colleague, one of the colleagues, if Jacqueline is not responding, maybe Shingi can respond. Shingi, can you respond to the question, please?
Yes, the question was around showing in-text referencing, is it?
Yeah, we're getting content generated by NotebookLM, and there was a question about how do you reference NotebookLM, or should you?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? So do you want to reference from LM?
Yeah, so that is the question. So we are generating summaries in NotebookLM. And so we were asking, should we be referencing NotebookLM or the information that summary is referring to? If I'm understanding the question correctly.
Yeah, it's best to reference the information where it's coming from, because if you reference NotebookLM, if you put it through Authenticate or turn it in, it will give you the original source. So it would flag that.
So go back to the original source.
Yes, you should always use the original source.
Petronella, did you want to come in on that?
Yes, Krish, I wanted to come in on that. As explained in the ethics session yesterday, that only humans can be authors, and you cannot cite the tool because it takes the information from somewhere, like Shimi said. So even in your publications or when you publish, the journal will verify. So currently, AI tools they don't meet the criteria of authorship. So therefore, you cannot cite it. They maybe say you can disclose or maybe add open AI, but there's some debates around that.
May I just follow up on what come I explain what I did in one of the articles that got published. Because I used ChatGPT, for example, and I was located at the University of Pretoria at the time, they had devised a referencing technique for the use of ChatGPT. So when I wrote an article in the introduction sort of somewhere where I could explain the research methodology, etc., or in order for me to declare, I indicated that I used ChatGPT to generate themes and this and that and blah, blah, blah. And then in the bibliography, I had to clearly indicate the prompt that I used in order to generate the information. So I'm just saying, not for this particular tool per se, but we've been exposed to a range of tools, for example, over the 2 days. So my question is, does this particular rule that applied at the University of Pretoria apply for other tools? Am I clear?
Yes.
Or am I not expressing myself?
No, I hear you. So I know there are some conventions of how you would cite content that's generated by ChatGPT. So that's understanding that ChatGPT is informed by public information which is on the website. It's gone through the model and it's been processed, and therefore it's generated an answer to that. And I assume you followed the convention then to explain the prompt that was used to get to that particular answer, so that it's somewhat repeatable by someone else that tries it. So I assume you've satisfied then the requirement that is for that, but the question is, how much can you trust the output that was generated by ChatGPT, considering that there are issues of bias, and if it's not reading from a direct source and you are depending on the training data itself for the value of that, there are concerns that it maybe has made a statement which might not be true. So that would be my concern about referencing something generated by ChatGPT, is because whatever goes through ChatGPT, you think of it like a big washing machine, and so you don't really know what the original set of information was. But if you felt confident in the statement that was being made and you did want to reference that, I think you've explained your methodology and you have applied the convention. And so you are, as I think Razia is mentioning in the last comment there, you're being transparent in your process, which should be applauded. Yeah, so I hear you, and I think your intentions are right, because that's the idea of being. Does someone have a comment there? Was Tim? KGM. Okay. Yeah, thanks. Are we covered there, or do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, it's okay. We're going to consult our librarian, because I think you may have again sort of misunderstood what I did. I used it just to generate the theme, say governance. But then I went to develop my own content and then looked at credible sources, etc., to talk about governance. But I wanted to make it explicit that I did use ChatGPT for fear that the journal may run this and then come up with something and then say I plagiarized. You know what I mean? So we were cautioned at the University of Pretoria to rather do this. But then the University of Pretoria doesn't have an AI policy, because I still supervise students for them. So yeah, but I just, for my own sake, like the Saul.
Okay.
just to be accountable and honest and transparent, etc. And I want my students to do the same. Thank you, Chris.
So I think then that you're pointing to an important point is that we have this bit of ambiguity about how to address these because many institutions don't have that policy in place, and so what is the best way of addressing that? So you're trying to be transparent and you're showing your process, and so I would agree with all of that you've done. All I'm saying is that there's a caution associated with the content generated by ChatGPT that we need to be aware of. A hand from Kate Whitaker.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Oh, hi. I'm sorry, I'm calling because I'm asking for maybe we can do this in the break, but I can't access the chat. I'm the one who emailed in earlier, who Q&A'd earlier, but I can't access the chat because I think it's because I'm using my own email address, and that seems not to have been affiliated with Kathleen Whitaker or Kate Whitaker. So I'm not affiliated with an institution explicitly.
Okay.
Anyway, maybe we can look at
Let's
that
try
just
at
now.
the break time, and we'll have a look at your screen and see what's happening there. Okay. So the idea, I've got another 5 or so minutes in the session, colleagues. So the idea behind this exercise is really for you to work with these prompts and to understand the sequence of activities. The only other thing I want to show you is how you could use NotebookLM to generate a set of references for the documents that you have uploaded. And so we can try that out. And just to have you get a sense. What I found with NotebookLM is that it has a tendency of looking into the source. So when you refer to sources, it doesn't by default tell you the name of the paper that you're referring to. It looks at the papers that the source is actually referred to. And so what I did in this particular prompt that I've run is I was being very specific to say, only provide the reference of the main article in the source, not the references included within the document. And so by giving it that level of detail, it's able to make the distinction and understand what I'm asking for. I'm also noticing that this has done 8 references, and so 2 are missing because I did have 10 to begin with. And so you'd want to then check it and understand why it's probably missed out there. But once you have all these different pieces of work that's being compiled, you can then generate a synthesis of all of this. So you could take all the information that's being generated and put it into a separate chatbot, or you could just run this in sequence against the information that's there. I'm just going to run one more where it's talking about gaps, just to see what the gaps are around that. And then we'll do the next one about the synthesis and see how it's done to give you that outline.
I think there is this coming. So it's to do it right.
The colleagues in Peter Marisburg, you see your hand?
Yes, Krish. Colleagues are asking here in terms of the references. Now, when you are referencing an online source, you have to provide the URL and also provide the access date. Can we then prompt this to help us with that?
Not if it's if the URL is not in the PDF itself, it won't come through. So that's a good point. When you're downloading your information from Mendeley, you need to from Elicit, or if you put it into a reference manager like Mendeley, you've got to be capturing all of those additional information that's there. Where did you find it? And then fill in the gaps that might be here with some of these references that were generated. So for instance, you'll notice that the DOI of the one paper is here, but it's not there in all of them. So these references are incomplete because it doesn't have access to all the information about the source. So when you're generating your references, make sure you keep track of all the other information that's not included in the paper itself. Okay, so this will generate that synthesis. And while this is going on, I'll just take any other questions that there might be. Kate is saying, solve the issue by logging in via a browser. Okay, thank you, Kate. And then Chantal is sharing a new article on AI in South African universities, aid or obstacle. Okay, that's an interesting paper. Thank you, Chantal, for sharing that. Okay, so the synthesis is a big mess. Okay, so it's got a lot of references here. Okay, I see what it's done. It's generated quite a lot of information. It's giving you a background. It's giving you theoretical frameworks, research questions, search strategies, data extraction, and so on. So all of this is that skeleton that you begin with. And you need to ask questions about whether this is speaking to your information appropriately. But it's giving you that starting point to say, okay, if I want to study e-hailing drivers, particularly in Nigeria, I got a sense about what the issue is, and I know which papers to look at to go and flesh that out to understand what's actually going on. So NotebookLM is really that tool that you want to use that will pull all of these things together. Kate is sharing the guidance that's offered by UP. So those are guidance for plagiarism and guidance for lecturers. Okay, thank you, colleagues. It's 12:30. 1 minute to 12:30. I'll just do a round just to check if there's any questions. We haven't heard from Durban today. I'm wondering how they're doing there. Petronella, you can go ahead.
This one is.
Krishna, I just sent you a message on WhatsApp.
Oh, okay, I'll have a look. Okay. Yeah, okay. So then my last question is, do we want a half an hour lunch break or a 1 hour lunch break? Oh, it's not what's the vote in CPUT?
Yeah.
1 hour, 50 minutes.
45 minutes.
Half an hour so you can finish early. Please.
Okay, colleagues, I'm going to take we'll leave it to a vote in the chat. I'm going to have a look and see what the predominant voice is. One person is saying 45. I think it's majority seem to be half an hour, colleagues. So if you don't mind, we join again at 1 o'clock. Petronella, I read your message. Would you like to take that session after lunch?
Yeah, I can start the session after lunch.
And 1 o'clock is fine for you?
Yes, it's fine.
Okay.
So colleagues, I think we can get started. Today's session on proposal writing is more of, excuse me?
You can go ahead, Petronella.
Okay. So today's session on proposal writing techniques is more of a summary of what we've learned throughout the workshops. I see some colleagues are still coming in, but thank you, Krish, for the morning session. I hope the colleagues will be able to apply what we've learned throughout the day and throughout the workshop. This course is mostly suited for the more junior colleagues, but the well-oiled colleagues can also participate in this module. So the key components of this module is basically to identify the outcomes is basically to identify the key components of the proposal and how can we apply Gen A prompt strategies to draft proposal. And we will start by drafting our own proposal. It was a little bit difficult to structure the module because of we are from different disciplines and different disciplines followed maybe different guidelines. But at the end of the day, all proposals follow a certain structure. We have, let me just move this out of the way. We have different outlines, and back in the day, all our proposals were informed based on Verhoef and Hilton 2004, and we also added a guideline in the pack. Then we have a very good outline from Northwest University. It's also in the pack, but we were mostly impressed with UKZN, the School of Medicine. Recently, they published a proposal, preparing a proposal or protocol. And the guidelines are pretty impressive because it explains how you can use, for example, ChatGPT to guide you through the process. We did include it in module 7. So first of all, the key components of a proposal. Each and every proposal must have a clear research problem and research questions. Each and every proposal must have a research problem. I think one of my supervisors previously mentioned that when there's chaos in the country, it's an opportunity for researchers. We can identify the problems, we write grant proposals, and we can publish. So each and every proposal starts off with a clear research problem and the questions. Then I'm not going to go into too much theory because the key here is to use AI to help us to assist the proposal, drafting the proposal. Sometimes one of the key problems that we found when writing another paper was that sometimes the students have limited time with their supervisors, and you only have so many questions that you can ask in a certain time, and sometimes they are embarrassed maybe to ask, but Dr. So and so, please explain to me again, what must go inside the research problem? Is my question strong enough? I think previously when Chris presented Illicit, it can actually give you a specific on how to strengthen your question or how to get more relevant papers based on your research question. Then your problem must be very clear. What is the problem? What is the issue? And what is the gap? The significance, sometimes they will ask you in your proposal, maybe in your proposal defense or when you start drafting your proposal, so what? And I think the so what question is a very important question. what is the significance of your research problem and your contribution? Comprehensive literature, we've seen how we could source literature from illicit. We've seen how we can map our literature. And I think it is one of the key components of the proposal that we often struggled with. Sometimes you would, like the one of the participants mentioned, but there's limited literature available on my specific topic. So with the deep research that they've now included in some of the AI tools, it has become more easier to use the tools to conduct a comprehensive literature. The key aim is to basically engage with your tool that you are using, and there's no dumb question, or you are in your own personal space, so you can engage with a tool and ask it, is my question clear? Does it align with my problem? Because your problem and your research question, they can't be two standalones. You can't be addressing educational technology, but your question focus on infrastructure that's maybe irrelevant to the problem. Then the methodology, you can decide, the AI, if you, in the prompt that you will get to now, you can decide which method will be the best way to describe to follow your, excuse me. Apologies, colleagues. So with your methodology, when we were studying and we did not have AI at hand, they will explain to you maybe that a what question, what is the relationship, is maybe a quantitative question. But like I explained, I will not get into the deep theory of these components, but we will rather engage with AI. So there must be a golden thread that follows from the introduction all the way to your methodology. And is your proposal, is it your project, is it doable? Is your work plan, is it realistic? Did you take into consideration maybe the time frame of how long it will take to apply for ethical clearance? And all of that, AI can assist us with making sure that your proposal is realistic, and it's one of the key components or that they look at when they evaluate your proposal. I know it's a short time that we have to draft our proposal, and by drafting, I mean when me and Krish sat and we designed the module, the prompt gave us a full proposal, but then we looked again at the ethical aspect of drafting proposals or writing, and I think that's where we attempted to. Apologies. So I think when we ask AI to create a certain or complete a certain project for us, we are not learning. So Colleagues, am I audible?
Yes, apologies, but
Yeah.
the meeting just kicked us out. It says we had been on for too long continuously. And so I've asked them to just reconnect everybody up again. I'm just making sure that they're all coming in.
Okay, I thought that was from my side.
No, that was my side, I think. Or shall I say team side?
Okay. Yeah, it happens. Technical glitch.
Yes. So just give me a minute and I'll just make sure all the venues are back in.
Okay.
Krish, can they just, I see Karina is asking in the WhatsApp group if they can actually just rejoin with the same ID. And I see that PMV is back.
Are they back in?
Yeah.
Peter
Marisbeck is back. So I think we're missing UCT and the other people.
Okay, just put a message on the group. It's killing this mess. Let's give everybody access. Should I say this? I think we're just waiting for Durban and CPUT to come back.
Okay.
We just says CPUT is here. Yeah, just waiting for Durban. Aditya, can we check if you can unmute now in CPUT?
You have a chat. Yes, we can. No.
Thank you. Just Durban is left. Petronella, maybe you can kick off and we'll try and get Durban in while we wait.
Okay.
Is anyone speaking here? You said we can't do anything now. Okay. Yeah. Set the time.
Yeah. Yes, we can hear you. Petronella will come in now. We're just getting everything sorted out.
Apologies, colleagues. Apparently AI was tired. We've been going on for too long. Or it could be a colleague that didn't want to work after lunch, but that's a discussion for another time. So as I was saying, your proposal should be realistic and it should be doable. And especially the part of the ethical application, and that part might take some time. And it also differs according to the different universities or your institutions. In the lesson plan, we created a prompt. We did indicate that you can use Qwen or any other tool. The reason we said Qwen, I think you don't run out of credits too soon there. So you can use any other tool of your choice. If you could copy this prompt, I will do it on the screen. Just want some of the colleagues to okay. Yeah, so we have this prompt that we created. As I explained, the first prompt, we had paragraphs and it kicked out a full proposal. So we didn't see the value of it because the student or the participant will not be learning anything. All the sentences were there. It did lack some transitioning, some context. So we gave it a role. You act as an experienced academic supervisor. Hence, I said this is a course mostly for maybe for the junior colleagues. We gave it instructions. In the prompt, you can see that we wrote British English. But if you want to write in a different language or academic tone, you can include that. We said apply the APA 7th referencing, but you can choose your referencing style. And then we said use credible peer-reviewed sources from the past 5 years where applicable. Earlier, we saved the sources that we downloaded from Illicit. You could use them. And we ask for smooth transitioning. And that's something that I often notice when I've seen AI-generated proposal that there's no, it doesn't, you have to explain to it transition between sentences, transition smoothly between different paragraphs, and then it like to, sorry, we have a question. Yes, Ms. Seisten. Trish, can we please unmute?
1 second. I think now that the meeting has changed, the settings of the meeting have changed, and so we have to promote whoever raises their hand to a presenter mode before they can say anything. So we just, Chantal, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chetty. I just wanted to say to Petronella, thank you for this presentation. I think it's very timely because with the change with in the research industry, everything is about research for impact, and there's a lot of grants and calls coming out. And sometimes the time frame to apply for these things is very short. So with regards to what you are saying now, just for me to understand correctly, we can actually use this as a guide.
Yes.
And then from there, we can find maybe people to collaborate with and build our team to apply for a research project.
Yes.
And funding.
Yes. Yeah. So this is just a guide, and it's just a way to start off. Like I explained, maybe sometimes a student will just say, write a proposal on educational technology used in mathematics. And you can see it's a cold proposal. That's why we have had the module specifically on writing a prompt, because I read that sometimes we don't know what we have at hand with AI. What we ask is what we get. The same way we say what you pay is what you get. With the experience with the paid version of ChatGPT, you can see it thought longer, and the result is better than with the free version. But for the purpose of the course, we used Qwen, that's the free version, just to include everybody. Thank you for that question. So we specifically instructed it. Excuse me, Krish. I see that I didn't update the screenshot. Because in this screenshot, we still noted avoid bullet points and it drafted paragraphs. But in the lesson plan, we are specifically asking for bullet points in order for the student to create its own sentences. If we can just go to I will go to the lesson plan quickly to just show the screen. Is the lesson plan visible?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So in the lesson plan, it's a very lengthy prompt, because we were trying to be very comprehensive. Let me just move this. The screen is okay. So, like I explained, this prompt is in the lesson plan. So you would start by inserting your research topic specific to your topic. And here we ask Lee, present the output strictly as bullet points. And that is just for us to add our own voice into the proposal. We ask it you give it the instruction that you want. I write in UK English, and in your specific AI tool, you also have the option to add the way it writes. So in my ChatGPT, I will say, I'm using APA 7. I'm writing in this way. In my introduction, start with a statement and maybe add a citation for evidence and transition clearly. So you give it the instruction. The more detailed your instruction is, the more the quality of your product will be better. So I ask it for 3 research. Let me just make this bigger. I ask it for 3 possible titles, and then you will then choose your title that you prefer. In the introduction, because I'm writing more quantitatively, I'm asking for relevant statistics. For example, it can maybe tell me that South Africa has been ranking second last in the TIM study. And then you will go and continue. We added some sources, and then like I explained, I like the way that the UKZN Sciences wrote the guide. And sometimes you think, but you have to start with your title. And in your proposal, it's actually better to start at the problem statement and then work your way down or up. It's up to you. But from my problem statement, I will then go and something like the title is something you can do last, because your title would maybe stem from your aim or your research question. But for the purpose of the activity, you can, if you don't want to, I said here, indicate, let me just quickly go down. The theoretical or practical significance. You have your aim, your research questions. Sometimes in quantitative, you have to have your hypothesis, but I didn't include it in this prompt. If you want it in there, you can add it. Then the literature review, you can actually go back to NotebookLM and ask it to summarize key themes from your 10 papers or 5 papers which you've downloaded. What are the highlights, the contradictions, and the knowledge gaps? And we add there, leave space for the user to expand and critique. You can decide if you want to work with a theoretical framework or conceptual framework. And it's very important when you say, I'm going to use the technology acceptance model to justify. You can ask maybe the module to justify. And as I explained yesterday, it's important to know your subject field so that you know if you work with user acceptance, that maybe the technology acceptance model would be preferred so that the AI tool don't give you a different module that there's no link between those. So I think the prompt is quite detailed. It's long, but you can, for example, by the methodology, if you know from the word go, you want to conduct a qualitative study, then you can just say, you can take the suggestion out and you can say, my study is qualitative, provide a brief justification, and you don't have, or you can just delete the quantitative methods or the suggestions. Sampling, data collection, and by the quality criteria, if it's your trustworthiness, crystallization, you can include the ones that mostly align with your research theme. Ethical considerations, it differs per institution. Sometimes if your study is maybe a secondary data analysis, you can just go and look at the ethical considerations that the primary study had to adhere to, and you can write a sentence or two there, or ask the ChatGPT to provide some suggestions, but at the end of the day, your own voice must be there. I think it's also important to note in the limitation section, just in general, that maybe your idea or your proposal, when you write your limitation, I think sometimes, or we could add that maybe some content AI tool could be a limitation. I'm not sure, Krish, what do you think?
Are you asking?
No, I was asking if it, now that I'm thinking of it, limitations of your study, that because AI can, sometimes the tools are biased, should you add it as a limitation in your proposal so that maybe the next person is aware?
You can explain your method and how you arrived at it, and that there could be some gaps in what it explores. But I think the key thing is when you're generating this output is that you've got to engage with it. Just be critical of the output that it generates, and then be aware, be mindful of potential gaps that might arise. But always good practice to share some of those shortcomings or limitations.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Krish. And then lastly, we asked for a timeline. If it's a funding proposal, maybe they want to see the budget, but we didn't include the budget in here since when we designed, we had the master and PhD student in mind. And then the references again. Most cases, I found that with the paid version, some of the links, sometimes they even insert a link maybe to the correct, to any article, but it's not what was addressed in the study. So if we ask it for references, it's important to just verify. So I think the next activity that we have to do, we'll come back to the last slide once we're done with the activity. This is a more hands-on activity. So the first step would be to copy the prompt into, I think we will just give the participants 1 minute. It's a very practical activity to copy the prompt and then add your own details in there. So the participants can utilize any AI tool of their preference or Qwen. And then you can just paste the prompt in there. You remove the insert research topic and you can add yours. My research theme is the relationship between educational technology and mathematics achievement. And I think here, when we give the topic, earlier when I tried it, it gave me the relationship from, I think it was UK. So I think it's best to be more specific when you give the instruction. And here I will say the relationship between educational technology and mathematics achievement of South African learners. So you can go down the prompt and just replace with your topic. You can just copy this one. My topic is a little bit lengthy, but I found that if I include more detail in what it wants, then it will be more precise in the output. And for my title, the literature, you can ask it for key themes. But if you want to use the literature that you downloaded earlier in the module, it suggests, as I explained, if you know your subject field and you know that you know your frameworks, you can type your frameworks, but it would be interesting to see which suggestions the tool makes. May I continue? Okay, thank you. And now we wait. So it gives you three titles. And as I explained earlier, it gives us bullet points. And you can see the reference here is South Africa's persistent low performance in international and national mathematics assessments. Sound like something I wrote. But yeah, so it is my field, so it will sound familiar, and you know that it's not making it up. And you also know your academic community. So we know, excuse me?
Go ahead.
Yeah, excuse me. So you know your academic community, especially in a South African context. So we all know that Paul is writing on our education system. You can go and confirm the resource, and it gives you my problem statement. Besides all the investments in educational technology, we haven't seen the impact on mathematics achievement. The rationale, it gives us a framework there, and the aim is to investigate how educational technology influences mathematics achievement. And you can see it changed a little bit because I was more interested in the specific relationship. I wanted to go a quantitative route, and I will go through it to see. Me personally, I'm not very a fan of Qwen, so I will also copy the same prompt in ChatGPT. Okay. Is there perhaps any colleague that would like to share their output? Maybe just verbally what they found, if they're impressed with the version on Qwen.
There are a few comments in the chat.
Okay.
First one,
I can't see. Okay.
I'll just read it out to you, and you can reflect. Lorenzo made a comment there about what are the chances of similar proposals landing on a funder's desk if many people use AI. But she also went on to answer her own question, and she said the key would probably be to bring your own unique take on the problem to what AI suggests. So, can you respond to that?
Yeah, I think I won't say impossible. If you add your own voice, for example, let me just quickly go to the for example, if you start with the introduction, for example, and it says, I'm here in the prompt. Let me just quickly go to the output. Because it's a language model, I don't think two people will have the identical proposal. And one of the reasons would be that every time, if I take the exact prompt now and put it into another AI tool, it will be different. That's where the ethical part of writing proposals come in. Because here, even if we have to give the audience a sentence and say, please write the first bullet point in your own words. I mean, it's your voice. Like, for example, I would write, South Africa's mathematics education is in a crisis. And then I will give evidence. This has been noted in TIMS, and I will write the different TIMS studies and the different reports. Another person could write the same sentence and start with, South Africa's learners are constantly underperforming. So I don't think, one thing that I've learned is that when I started my postgraduate studies, and my supervisor introduced me to TIMS, and I went to look, and I'm like, what? Somebody is doing the exact same study like mine. And I was disappointed. But at the end of the day, the more literature there is about your study, you can have there's always debates. It's interesting to find what is the current debate. But then if there's limited literature available on your study, you have the option or the opportunity to lay the groundwork. So I don't think that with AI, each and everybody that copy that into the system, when you add your own voice, it will not be, it cannot be the same, if that answered the question. Thank you. So I wanted to just quickly take the same prompt and copy it into ChatGPT. Let me just copy. Oh, it seems like I've only copied one sentence. Sorry. Oh, it's there. And I'm running the same prompt through ChatGPT. What did I copy? So again, because it's a persistent problem in South Africa, you can see that it's referring you again to TIMS, and it is referring you to the national study that we have. And it includes that the quintiles that's there, global trends that it have, and then with the problem statement, it gives you more context to go from fee paying and no fee schools, and then the rationale. A lazy student would ask maybe, and that is what we were trying to avoid. A lazy student would now say, here with ChatGPT, to engage with it directly and say, please draft this problem statement. My computer is also tired. The letters just come, they're coming afterwards. And that's exactly what I said earlier. Despite the investments in digital resources and the integration of educational technology in South African classrooms, the mathematics achievement levels remain persistent and low. And that first sentence, if I had to take it as it is, it would flag. Because in my field, we know that there's a lack of educational technology integration in South African classrooms. So you have to engage with it, and you have to ask, like, yeah, I can tell ChatGPT, but there is a lack of ICT integration in South African classrooms.
Janella, while that's running,
okay,
perhaps we can try just to respond to some of the questions.
Okay. Apologies, Krish, my second screen switched off and I can't see. Okay.
Yeah, so I'll help you with that.
Okay.
So you've addressed Lorenzo's question. The Bush has asked something I learned yesterday when I had a workshop with students about leveraging AI in academic writing is that AI can also give you non-existent literature. So the importance of editing your work and verifying sources using. So it's important to edit your work and verify sources. So I think that's a comment.
Yeah.
Another one, AI doesn't duplicate, but you must edit and proofread your outputs. I think that's in response to the comment that you made now. Jolene is asking, is this research proposal saved somewhere that might impact a Turnitin score? But do you want to reflect on that one?
Krish, will you please just repeat the last question?
So the question is, after we've generated this outline for the research proposal, she's mentioning that this is existing online. It's something that's being generated. So she's wondering, when you submit a proposal that matches against this, will it flag on Turnitin?
I think anything that you added your own voice to, you know, I've actually learned this from my supervisor, and she said that they at the University of Pretoria, they created Turnitin for postgrads back then. I'm not sure if it's still there. And in that Turnitin, for example, I could add this paragraph and it would locate the source, and then you will reference that source. So sometimes Turnitin is not just the policeman that it seems to be, but it can also aid you in finding relevant sources. For example, I think my agent is finished. Yeah, it's not available, but you can if my I didn't want to work with the paid version just so everybody can be included. We don't want to widen the digital divide. But you can ask ChatGPT, for example, and the deep research might take a little bit longer here to, for example, find a reference that matches the sentence. Okay. Find a relevant source, and it will write maybe you see, it asked me to it asked me to wait, so it's not going to do that now. I've worked very hard this month with my version. Even the paid version still have limitations. They want you to go to Pro. So the idea behind this activity is just for the participants to play around with their proposals and to generate and engage with the chat, with the agent.
Yeah, Petronella, I think that's probably a good transition towards my session, which is focusing on a lot of agents. I'm also seeing a lot of comments in the chat about how does the different agents compare, which also I'll be covering in the next module. Let's just see if there's any other questions outside of agents.
Okay.
Kojo has made a comment. Also, in your prompts, you need to instruct the tools to produce the outputs in a prose or essay format, else most of the outputs will be bulleted. To reduce hallucinations of references, instruct the AI tools to fetch sources from specific databases within a specific period. So some advice for prompting.
No, we did that on purpose to like I explained, this is mostly for students. We didn't want the chat the agent to generate sentences. It can generate sentences, like I've just shown now that it can write the entire problem statement, but you need to engage. You need to be the supervisor of that paragraph, and it's also to, I think, to add your own voice and your own creativity to it. I saw one hand, Krish.
Yes,
Okay.
There's a hand in Peter Maritzburg.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much. Colleagues here are saying it is very important for you to verify what you are doing, because some of the tools, they misplace or they miscode people. They give you a nice reference, but when you go to the link, it's not there in the journal. And again, in the reference list, it may write et al. In the reference list, of which should not be there. So it is very important again to clean it, even if you requested it to give you full sentences, but the cleaning is still very important. Thank you.
Thank you. That is very important. While we are on that note, let's quickly test because I don't know this reference. Let's quickly test this link out. Check if this link is safe. Okay, let's open it. That's a perfect example of nonsense. So that source doesn't it doesn't exist. It made it up. It looked perfect, but it doesn't make sense. Let's quickly check a more reliable link that looks reliable. Yeah. So this one is real. So you won't know which one is real if you don't go and interrogate, or if you don't know your subject field. The timeline, we ask it suggestion. Let's maybe say write it in a table format. Oh no, mine is still on research mode. Let me take that one off and stop the research. Yes, I want to stop. You can. Yes, Karin? Krish, will you please unmute?
Where was the hand?
Yeah, there was a hand.
Hey, Colleen, you can go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to know, as a lecturer who is reviewing the work of the student, do you perhaps have guidelines to check the authenticity of the work? Because obviously with AI, we are looking at what is available on the internet, but also there are fake facts. So how can we as lecturers, for instance, check the authenticity of the work, but also maintain the academic integrity while marking?
Thanks for asking that, and that has been one of the troubles that is out there. We are trying to teach, for example, in almost at NMQ or any other the research methodology, where we have to teach students how to draft proposals. And I think what is important is that, for example, the student draft the framework with an AI tool. But as a lecturer, if lecturers have that amount of time, I think it's very time consuming to go and verify all 700 students' introduction or the facts that they mentioned there. But I haven't come across or came across AI detector tool that can flag fake facts. And that is what ChatGPT is very good at. It can make you believe something is real until you fact check it. So I think that is one of the current problems that we are experiencing, especially after the release of ChatGPT, is that the integrity of the students' work. And the students will not realize it maybe now, but for now, it's just for them a quick fix to submit the assignment. But going forward, they might lack that specific skill they would have learned if we were not exposed to AI. So I don't think there's currently a tool that can detect AI, and the ones that are there, sometimes it's false. It's not accurate. Sometimes it was the student's work and then it picked it up as AI. But I think it goes back to the integrity of the student, and it's very hard for lecturers and teachers to pick up if that fact is actually false indeed or not. Thank you.
But if I can add to that also, there's, and you're right. I mean, there is no good way to actually test anymore whether text is generated by someone's understanding of the topic or actually was just 100% generated by AI.
Yeah.
The Turnitin and the originality only go so far, but written work is no longer a good test to see if somebody actually understands the work. And so now we've got to be creative and think of other ways of actually determining if somebody has actually understood the work that's at hand. And so we might need to think about more verbal sorts of presentations to see how well has the student actually grappled with this and understood the content behind it. The written assignment perhaps is not the best way to tell if someone's understood the content anymore.
Okay. There was also a hand from Chantel.
One minute.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead now, Chantel.
Thank you, Mr. Chetty, and thank you, Petronella. And I just wanted to add to that point. With this tool, with these tools that you are actually introducing to us right now, right? So the university trains us to be critical thinkers. That is one of the attributes. And with these AI tools, our minds are exploding at this moment. And the way we are using these tools is to make sense of the research that is already out there. And we are finding our own voice, critically engaging with this research, and then finding our gap to conduct our own research. So I also think on the point that Mr. Chetty made, yes, definitely the assignment is no longer relevant to test our understanding and our level of critically engaging and contributing to the field. So with the transformation that is taking place within universities, practices, and policies, I definitely think that this is an important point to revise.
Thank you, Chantal.
Okay, thank you. Krish, I see we are a little bit over time, and I realize this is a very late exercise to do after lunch, but it was just to show you that you can draft the full proposal, you can interrogate it. Sometimes the students submit the assignments with the prompt that ChatGPT say included, and I think at the end of the day, it's really one of the biggest problems that we have. Chantal, you can continue. It's one of the biggest problems that we have to determine where the information came from.
Sorry, Petronella. I just wanted to ask also on the point of the community of practice. So how can we as graduates also contribute to this conversation where there needs the unified policy from the Department of Higher Education and Training to also include our voices to shape the new practices that's going to be incorporated with policy and that's going to be implemented within universities, because we are the ones who have to comply.
Krish, would you like to take that question?
Yeah, Chantal, we've been speaking now about the community of practice. So this is always the challenge, and it's one that we continue with, and we face also at the HSRC. Um, Having that engagement with policymakers is critical. I think you're also referring to having engagements with the decision makers at the higher education level as well. I think we need to figure out how we involve ourselves in those circles in some way. We're using the COP as the first step to um, organize ourselves and to channel the research into matters, into issues that matter. So like this point that you're mentioning is like, how do we solve this? How do we ensure that the higher education institutions are understanding this problem? We've got to conceptualize the research problem, do the study, and engage them. Um, and and the thing is, we're always against time, and AI is moving so fast. So we have to think about how well we can organize ourselves to do this sort of research so that it can have that impact that we desire. But let's continue the conversation and also think about ways in which the COP can be better organized and activated to address these sorts of problems. Petronella, are you more or less done now with that exercise?
Krish, I think I can just quickly share this window. So at the end of the day, your proposal is about what are you bringing to the table. You don't have to reinvent the wheel, but it's a sales pitch. What are you contributing theoretically? What are your practical implications? You don't need to have, you don't need to contribute theoretically, practically. What if it's a policy? You might influence a policy. And what is the basis for future reader? So for future researchers. So I think your what you are bringing to the table or what sets your proposal apart is very important when you draft or submit or defend your proposal. Apologies. Thanks, Krish.
Thank you, Petronella, and it's nice to hear your baby there. Thank you, colleagues. So that wraps up Module 7. As I mentioned, we swapped the order of Module 6 and Module 7, so you didn't get too bored of my voice all day. Unfortunately, you have me again for the next session, which is focusing on AI agents. Can I get a show of hands? Would you like us to continue on with the next module, or would we need a 5-minute body break before we get going? So, show of hands to continue. One hand that I see. How many? Okay, we're about 16 hands to continue. And then we have a few people calling for a break, body break, body break, body break. And colleagues, I think we can't fight nature. If a body break is needed, we must take it. Let's do 5 minutes and we'll come back and carry on with the next module.
Krish?
Yes, Chair.
How are you?
Hi.
I'm fine. We've got a question here from the lady.
Hi, Krish.
Go
I
ahead.
just wanted to know. I just wanted to know that do you happen by any chance to have any critical thinking training material?
Critical thinking training material.
Yes, I did. It should be in your inbox.
Not explicitly. What are you looking for? Like a guidance on how to approach a problem?
So not necessarily just approaching a problem. So I'm thinking when I go back to work, I can't just come and say, guys, this is the training and just share the tools and leave it there because they didn't get the full training and the comments and the questions that I got here. And it's not going to be possible for me to share everything, right? So, but I can always instill certain behaviors that or share certain training material that can always guide them how to use AI because it's easy to say that you always have to be be ethical and what. But if people are under pressure, they just want to do something quickly and go. Yeah, but if you train them to be critical thinkers and then it becomes part of their, sort of like their natural behavior at the workplace.
So what we were planning to do after this is done is that you'd have one, you have access already to the presentation and the lesson plan. So people can try this out on their own. When we do send the follow-up after this is done, we will one, give you access to the recording so you can watch this again. I think we'll try and also generate a summary of points that were discussed and key ideas that were explored. And perhaps that would be a nice little handout that you can share with other colleagues to say, this is what I learned. And these are some contact details of people you can engage with.
Yeah, but
to take it forward.
Sometimes when this guy says,
Would that be useful?
Yeah, I think that can assist to a certain degree.
No, naturally, sometimes say
Yeah, it's very hard to distill 3 days worth of stuff into a 2-pager, but we'll try what we can.
Yeah,
sure.
They're talking about the template.
Thanks.
No, the letter from.
You're welcome.
We normally apply for ethical. But that.
Colleagues, I think 5 minutes is up. I know CPUT was keen to keep going.
But next week.
So what we'll do is we'll jump into the next session on AI agents. And we'll try and keep it a bit short so that we can close a little earlier again today.
So let me
share my slides.
George said, oh, let me go to yeah, we want to call it ethical clearance letters.
Okay, colleagues, in this session, before we get going, it's someone dropped this. We had this lying outside.
I wonder.
Yeah, colleagues, so the module 6 is about testing AI agents. And so the big question is, what are agents? What's the big fuss about agents? Why is this better than working with a chatbot as it is? And what can we gain from it as researchers? So what I do is I'll give you just a very quick few slides about AI agents, ways to think about what it is. And then we've got quite not too many exercises. It's almost the same exercise, but tried on different platforms so you can get a sense of how these agents work. And then we'll do a comparison of that at the end. So the thing about agents is that this is a feature that's now been added on to many of the new chatbots that are out there. So if you look at ChatGPT did it first, they had something called deep research, and then Gemini came up with deep research. And so what they found is that they've been able to automate much of the process that you would do, particularly with deep researching, going out to go find information. So how would you find information in the past? You would do a Google search and you'd scan as many pages as you can, and that'll give you a sense of what's going on that particular issue. The deep research now tries to automate that. So it recognizes what is the task, what was it that you were trying to do in the first place, and then it uses whatever tools are at its disposal to go try and achieve that process. So the difference between the AI agent and let's say ChatGPT or any of the other options, ChatGPT will give you one option, finish and done, one answer to your question. The AI agent will think about it more deeply. It will break it up into steps, and then it will go out and collect more information about each of those subcomponents about that and try to be as thorough in understanding the question that you asked. And so there's much more effort that goes into what the agent performs. And so you get a much more nuanced answer. Those are the agents that are responsible for doing the deep research. You have other agents like Claude Code and other coding models where you can generate code and it will do that in an automated fashion where it will try to use it. So it all comes down to what are the tools that it will have available to achieve the goal that's in mind. So it also adapts and refines the process as it works, and it tries to use whatever resources it has to try and achieve that. So in the case of deep research, think of it where you have, let's say you are the boss and you have an assistant. Think of your AI agent as that assistant that you can call on and say, go do a desktop study on whatever the topic is. And so it will go out and it will, it automates that process of doing that desktop study. It's just by pulling all that different sets of information that's out there on the internet. So how does this help you as a researcher? It's a much quicker way of getting to grips with a particular field or issue that you're trying to understand more deeply. And so you can now process a whole lot of information all in one go. And the quality of the answer is always dependent on the quality of the question. So give it a good question, give it a method that it should follow, and it will then work through a process to give you good insights. And it will do this relatively quickly, much faster than it would take you if you were manually sitting and doing that Google search yourself and pulling out answers to try and find it. Again, when we come to the how you work with this, I would use this as just a input for you to understand a particular space. So if you're using deep research, you ask it a research question, don't copy and paste that big document that it generates and try to say that this is your own work. Rather, use it, understand it, and then find out what is that book that you want to explore in your work. But this is a good way to get your grips very quickly with the broad layout of information that's out there. And so we need these skills also as researchers to just help us move a little quicker to understand the space compared to how we might have done it in the past. So now let me get more practical in terms of what we can, what tools we can use. So this deep research is available on quite a few different AI chatbots right now. So, and more so now on some of the free versions, free tools that are out there. So you have Gemini 2.5, the Gemini tool, which uses 2.5 Pro as its top-end model. They also use that 2.5 Pro model to conduct deep research. But like what Petronella showed you in the last session, there are limits to how many times you can use deep research in a day or in a month. And the same goes for ChatGPT. My own reflection on the difference between ChatGPT and Gemini's deep research, the Gemini one is actually quite thorough, I must say. And so you ask a question and you could very easily get a 30-page report coming back to you from Gemini. If you do the same on ChatGPT, it's a bit more focused, more likely to be around the 10-page mark. Perplexity allows you to run 3 deep research searches a day, but this is also completely free, and it uses their tools. What I noticed is that you can now choose between the different AI models that it works with. So you could have Perplexity connecting to Claude or connecting to ChatGPT's open AI models, and you choose which one you want to use to get your information back. Then you have Z.ai from China. It's got a deep research function. It's free. Qwen also has a deep research function that's free. I'm not sure how many times you can use it in a day. I haven't seen that sort of those limitations. On X, the former Twitter, they've got the Grok system, and they have something that's called Deep Search. And so you could use that also. It works a similar way, and it uses the Grok 4 model to perform that analysis. And then the last one that I've mentioned there is Manus.im. Manus is actually an AI agent that they call it a general AI agent. It's meant to do everything. So if you wanted to do website development, if you wanted to analyze a folder of information, you could do that with Manus as well. And so it does deep research, but it does a whole lot of other things. And if you go to their website, you can look at some of the demos that they have online. And so, yeah, as I was saying, you get better results if you're more specific in the research question that you ask. Also, because the number of times you can run these things in a day is limited, I would say be very careful about the question that you ask. Be happy that you've got sufficient detail in that question before you run it. And then, so then you can actually maximize the types of results that you get back. So I will start the practical work with a demo from Manus. So if you go to manus.im, and if you sign in there, you could use your Google account again for Manus. The way Manus works is that they give you 300 credits a day, and it's a bit difficult to understand how much 300 credits allows you to do, because that's based on the number of tokens that it starts to process through in the course of a day. But if you have a somewhat smaller exercise that you have in mind, potentially Manus would be able to complete that for you within a day. So this is a nice one to try out. But where we'll start is just to go and have a look at some of the demos that you have. So I have these exercises listed under module 6 in the work plan. So if you sign on to manus.im, you can have a look at how Manus has gone about presenting a Prisma article. So you copy and paste that particular link, pop it in the chat in your page. I think I have one open. Lost it. So here we're at the Manus website. I'll just show you what Manus looks like. So if you sign in, it's got a basic chat interface like you normally see. But what's different about Manus is that if you scroll down, you have all of these different other projects that have been done in the past. This is kind of a marketing exercise for them, where they're showing you what's possible with this feature. And so you can try out any of these. What they do is once Manus gets started, it generates a list of tasks that it's going to carry out to perform the whatever request that it is that you've put. So if you choose one of them, you could then watch how it goes about executing that particular task. So let me show you an example. I'll just start this from scratch. So this is write a practical guide for developing scientific dissemination article using Prisma methodology. Focus on intersectionality in special education and autism care. Include clear steps, identification, screening, eligibility, results, analysis, discussion, APA 7 references. Okay. And so if you look at it, it's starting to now run these different commands to go out and carry it. So here is the to-do list that it's generating. And so you can watch it as it goes about actually. So now it's going to different websites, it's looking at things, it tells you when it's scrolling through the website. So it's as if it's got a computer that it's working with. And so you could watch this as it's doing the exercise. And so all of the steps that it's following. And so as you see, it just keeps going, keeps going, keeps going, keeps going. And so it's thinking through. And so all of these things, if we were doing it, it might take us a few days to go through this amount of work. And if I look at trying to get a sense of how long that took, was probably maybe about 5-10 minutes or so to run through that whole exercise. And then it generates this report at the end once it's done. And so you can go through it and start to get a sense. And so it's very detailed study. And you actually watched it going out to those websites and downloading the stuff and getting it back. So this is the sort of functionality that it has in Manus. You could watch it where it like builds websites and other things. Let's try one of the website building. So you can watch it as it executes this. Let's skip to the end. And so here it's probably electric vehicle simulation. So it's some website where you can play with this and yeah, so it's done the coding behind this and anyway. So yeah, have a look at Manus, colleagues, and you get a sense of whether it speaks to your needs. So the first exercise is really just a demo for you to be familiar with Manus. What I want to do next is try out the different deep research options that you have on the different tools that I mentioned. So I spoke about Perplexity. I spoke about what's next? Z.ai and Gemini among the others. So for the exercise, it's much of the same for the three. So the first one is to go to Perplexity, copy this prompt that's here in exercise 1, adapt it with your own research question. Have a look at the other guidance that I'm offering there, because as I mentioned, you want to be sure that your question is really good, so that you maximize the amount of the quality of the response that you're going to get back. And so you could expand on this if you feel that it's necessary, but this is somewhat generic, so it could work for anybody's different questions. So I'm talking about peer-reviewed journal articles, provide structured synthesis of existing scholarship opportunities, major themes, theoretical and methodological approaches, research gaps, and so on. So copy this and work on it. I'm going to try and study what are the factors affecting AI adoption in the global south? Just a broad question, copy that. So you would go to Perplexity. I have this open, so I've done a few of these already, colleagues, so that I could save time. So you would log into Perplexity. What you want to do when you're into Perplexity, you're going to turn on the deep research option. And so that's the second button that's on your screen here. If you can see what I've just clicked, you click that on and you'll see that's been turned on. And then you want to, Perplexity is different to the others. You can interrogate and identify what sort of sources you want it to work with. So when you click on that little button with the globe icon, you can choose web, you can choose academic, you can choose social, or you can choose finance, search SEC filings. Okay, that's a new one. And okay, let's start with academic. So I'm going to turn academic on. I'm going to switch off web. And I'm going to put that prompt in that we had just worked on together. And when you run this, you can now watch it. So this one is saying it's going to take about 3 minutes to generate. And so you can see how it starts thinking about how it would perform this exercise. And so you just let it go through that. Let's do the same with Z.ai. Okay, so if you had to come to Z.ai, I've got that same prompt copied on my clipboard. I'm going to paste it here. But what I want to use is deep research. So if you see at the bottom of the chat box, input box, I guess is the right word, and you click on deep research there, it then puts this blue deep research icon into the chat so it knows that it's going to use the deep research function. Put your question in, you execute, and you can watch how it goes about running that. Right, my voice is starting to run away from me. And let's try it also out on Google Gemini. So I've got the same question here for Google Gemini. You would go to Tools, choose Deep Research. Google does it a little bit different to the others. Once you put it in here, it will start working out what's the best approach. And before it kicks off, it's going to ask you a few questions about how it should handle its response. And so yeah, it puts together this plan. So you can read the plan, see if you're happy with it. And if you do want to make any changes, you can just put some changes here in the chat below. If you're okay with it, you can press Start Research. So you watch this. What's nice about the Google one, it shows you all the different sources that it starts engaging with. So you can have a look there. Let's pop back into Z.ai and see how that's doing. And so if you can see what I have, you can see it's doing its search. It's looking at all these different websites. It's finding particular things, and it's working on that. We were busy with Perplexity. Perplexity is doing something similar. It's trying to come up with charts, and it keeps going. So you have that, and I think I've generated some already. So here's the Perplexity output. And so if you look at this, Perplexity has worked with 77 different sources to do this. So it read 77 different websites, gone through all of those outputs to get to this article that is written. And you will notice that Perplexity does include links to some of the sources of where that comment is, but it's not as nice as NotebookLM, where it's not in the pane. You've got to go look at that website where it's going to go and find that information from. So that's the Perplexity output that's generated. This is probably a 5-pager that it's done. Let's look at Z.ai, one that it's already generated. So does it tell me how many sources it's worked on? Not quite. You can see the thinking. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm not sure if it's only used 6 web pages to do this. I saw at the end there was a reference list. Yeah, so it's only got about 6, 7 references that are here that it's done. So that gives you a sense of how deep the research is on Z.ai. And then here is the Gemini one. So you can have a look at the different sources, I believe. Should be a way to, I think if you go to the end, so it's got this long document. And so here's all the sources that it worked with. So it tells you those sources that it has used and the sources that it looked at but didn't use, and some of its thinking about how it got to that point. And so you can see how it was analyzing these different questions and then how it got to the final point. And so here you have some review of this literature, but you don't really know the process that it's followed to get to this point. So that's the first exercise, colleagues, just to go through those 3 different ones. If anybody's tried it out and had some thoughts on how they work, please feel free to say something. Darren, I know you started off one earlier.
I still. Now, what do you call this? What do you call it? Perplexity. So, yeah, they said I exhausted my 3 Pro researches.
Oh.
And then, yeah, on Gemini, it's still loading.
Still loading.
Yeah.
The question you were asking was?
The initial one was pertaining to this one up here. R&D departments in the business sector in South Africa, and I followed through with major companies with notable R&D departments in South Africa. Third one was which South African companies are leading innovation in healthcare.
So this is the thing with them, is that you are limited.
Yeah.
And so you, like on Perplexity, you just have the 3, so you have to be so precise with what you're asking so that you get the most out of it. Any comment regarding Microsoft Copilot? I'm not, does Copilot have a deep research? I don't use Copilot that often because Copilot is basically the same AI engine as ChatGPT. So they also have access to GPT-5. The difference between Copilot and ChatGPT is that the responses are generally shorter because they try to make it accessible to everyone. But let's try Copilot. Is it .Microsoft? Copilot.microsoft.com. The Copilot can think deeper and do smart GPT-5. Not sure what that means. So there is some thinking that is on Copilot, and you can upload documents here. I don't see a deep research option on Copilot, unless I'm missing it. And you can do some other nice browsing features there, I guess. Claude, yes, Claude also does have a deep research function. But there's also limitations on what you can use in the free version. Let's just have a look if it's available on the free version. So you could go to I think it's not available on the free version. Yeah, it is on the paid version, which I have. So there's a research button on the paid version, which you don't get on the free version, to give you a sense. Question from Sangapolo. I wanted to know if that you filtered your research into the South African context, considering that the information varies. The question that I asked was related to the global South, so I wasn't specific about South Africa. If you wanted South Africa, you could have limited it to South Africa, and the answers that you'll get will be your question in relation to what's been published about South Africa, not necessarily from South Africa. And you said there was a hand. Kojo, Kojo, are you able to unmute? Oh. Kojo, are you there? You punched in a question. Copilot paid desktop version has deep research feature. Okay, I see. And Anton has put in a screenshot of researcher. Oh, okay, so is this the Copilot feature? Anton, do you have a paid version? Is that how you're able to do that? To search it?
Krish,
Petronella?
I also managed to connect to the deep researcher on Copilot, but I think it's your organization. Because I think I logged in with my HSRC, but it gave me deep research for only 10 minutes.
Wow.
Detailed report. I think it will only run for 10 minutes, and then it said it will give you a deep, detailed report with references. No, I actually logged in with my Gmail account.
Yeah, that's interesting. Platform. What is that question? Hi everyone, this is an automated question. Yeah, what was the other? I think Kojo was probably referring to the point he made there. Okay, colleagues, I'll keep going. So the next exercise, if I recall correctly, is comparing the results. So if we jump to exercise 4, what you would do is after you've got results back, you could then download them to and save them. Either you save them as a Word or a PDF, and then you could use some sort of name to distinguish the source that you got it from. And then we're going to compare these different results to see what's the differences. That's Claude for this one. Karine, you want to come in? Mute. Karine, your mic is enabled.
Yes, thank you so much. So with Microsoft Copilot, I've been using that quite often. I know that it's quite different to ChatGPT, especially with backward translations to in different language, for example, English to Afrikaans. However, the longer you use it during the day, Microsoft Copilot, you're limited. You have a limited capacity to actually copy and paste words. So for instance, when you copy and paste maybe 300 words, it decreases during the day the more you use it. So I think that's one of the limitations when using Copilot specifically, whereas ChatGPT, you can use a maximum amount of words and it doesn't decrease during the day as you use it.
Yes. So that I get that's the key difference, right? So they both connecting to the same engine, but these are the outcomes. What I've done is I've uploaded my Gemini, Perplexity, and Qwen reports, colleagues. I've got Claude to do the comparison. It's created this table and it's giving you reasons for each of them. But it does come up with a winner. It says Gemini was the winner, and it looks at analytical sophistication, systematic organization, synthesis quality, critical awareness. It talks about the strengths. It says the weakness is that it's very long, which is true. Yeah, and I saw another hand. I think it was for a minute. Chantal, are you still there?
Yes, Mr. Chetty. I just wanted to add to the Copilot. It actually shuts down or crashes if you use it for a long period of time. So everything that you were busy with, your prompts and your responses, it disappears. Then you have to redo maybe the search or whatever it is that you are busy with. So I just wanted to add that.
Yeah, so that's something that we have to be aware of. I know Copilot is very popular, so we should understand these limitations. Okay, colleagues, so this is a sense of the comparison. Gemini was the winner. Jabulani, you want to come in? Just allow your mic. You can try now.
Thank you. I'm also an extensive user of Copilot. Adding to what other colleagues have said, you work with it it gets to a point where it doesn't continue anymore and it tells you to open a new chat. And then that makes you start afresh everything that you may have been working on. You may have this history of work that you've been generating, working on, continuing. It just wants you to forget with the whole conversation and start afresh a new one. And then where you will come up with the prompts that you already have used. And yeah, that one is a serious limit. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so that's interesting, and I think that confirms what the other colleagues have said about it. I wanted to show you, colleagues, the last one for the day is Kimi.com. Kimi.com is another Chinese AI platform, and they've got a free use for using this AI agent called OK Computer. And so what Kimi.com does is it's giving you computing resources, and you can give it an instruction, and then it will create this virtual computer environment, and using that, it will go out and perform any relevant analysis that you give it. So I wanted to just demonstrate how that works. And so what you would do, you'd go to Kimi.com, you'd click OK Computer as one of the options. You'd pop in this prompt. And what I've asked the prompt to do was to explore the top 10 results on Google Scholar and identify if the results related to the search term, in this instance, decent and dignified work, and generate usable PDF documents that you can download, and then review the available PDF and rate the quality of the document, and based on how well the document understands the decent and digital work. It should be decent and dignified. Decent and dignified work discourse. So I will copy that. And so just to show you how that works, we go to OK Computer. I've used it once already, so it's running out of space. So you got 3 options in a day. Pop that in there and you run it. And so now you're actually looking at Kimi using this virtual computer, and it's going to start to look at Google Scholar, look at the papers that are there, download the papers, and then come up with the assessment. It's quite powerful, and you can think of new, interesting ways to give it information that it could work with and explore to do something more impressive. I've done one output already, so let me just show you how it did it. At first, it came up with a to-do list, and it set out things that it was going to work through. So as it's working through that, you can see that it's using, or it had some errors to searching for information. It's using a to-do list. It's gone through everything, and then it gives you this table, quality assessment results, and it's giving you some information about that. And I think at the end, it generated this review. And so it's telling you it found 8 academic papers, 7 PDFs were over there. It's provided this research overview about those papers. It's giving you an assessment of quality, and then more detail. Right. You view this thing in a full screen. So it's got this nice little website, and you can explore this, and you get a better sense of the information that's there. So it gives you this very high quality web page, which you can use to understand the information that you've worked with. So yeah, OK Computer is a really nice tool that you can play with and try to figure out how you might use it to solve a certain problem that you have. Yes, that's it for today, colleagues. That gives you a sense of the different agents that are there. Deep researches can be quite useful to give you that quick overview of lots of complicated points. Any final contributions, any thoughts on the agents before we close today? Chantal?
Yes, Mr. Chetty, I just want to say once again, thank you for this brilliant workshop. I am so glad that I am part of this. And then on the question, I know within the research industry, there is very few academics and researchers, and also within the research landscape of South Africa, there's quite a lot that we still need to do, right? And with AI enhancing the entire research process, and there's a lot of graduates, right? So universities have produced graduates according to the mandate of South African government, right? However, the getting into the research industry itself, it's not the easy task, right? So I'm just thinking while we are busy with this workshop and training, how can AI, especially the agents, help with research supervisors, number one, because I know research supervisors, they have a lot of students that they need to supervise and provide feedback. So how can AI agents help with that, and also help graduates quickly go through the research process so that they can actually become researchers themselves and solve real life issues within our country?
So that's the power of AI, I guess, is that you can improve your productivity, and potentially there's an opportunity to try and identify what are those mundane, repeatable tasks that you go through that takes up a lot of your time, and can I say outsource that sort of activity to the AI. You've got to think about where do you carefully need to be putting your attention, and where will you be able to give the most value to your students, and try and work on that, and then build the skills to understand the difference of when you make the AI do everything for you versus where are you giving that your heartfelt attention to a key matter that's going to strengthen their ability to learn and process information. So I think it all begins with mastering these tools. And so once you have an understanding of the ability of what each of these tools offer you, you can now start to think, I have problem A, B, or C, and I can use the AI to help me address whatever that might be. And then that will allow me to direct my attention to those issues of most concern. That would be my advice. So start off with just building your skills, feel comfortable, and then use that to help you solve some of the problems that you have.
Okay, thank you very much.
Loving the selfie and CPUT. Dr. Bonkiwe, are you able to come in?
Yes. Good afternoon, colleagues, and thank you. Guys, I miss being there. I used to work there. I miss being there. Never mind. So I think I will reflect as a lecturer, I'll reflect as a researcher, and I'll reflect as an administration person. I think we're having, I think being human and AI is the panic we have. We have a negative perception around it, and it's not positive, because I firmly believe that the app or the tools are there to help make life convenient for us if we look at it in a positive. But I think if we also try, considering that Americans, they have their way of working around it, the Chinese, they have their way of working around it. Well, how can't we have our way of remodeling fit how South African innovations or technologies or what it is, which also helps in the ethical use of it as well. So I feel with such workshops as well, this is where we try and curb out your information asymmetry and panics, because, for instance, from the classroom perspective, you find that in terms of understanding, it's the same as when Turnitin came in. There were panics that Turnitin is there to pick that people are plagiarizing. Can't you know? Turnitin was brought in to try and see how similar the work it is to other people's work. So I think it's the same perception and panic when it comes to AI to consider that no students or we or researchers, we are just copying and pasting, whereas it's nothing like that. It picks similarities. Hence, also, I think my interest would be if there is a way to have a platform where it picks and tells you that, okay, from the 10% of AI that it traces, 5% is from an editorial perspective, like your Grammarly and others. Then this is from your ChatGPT. This, I think, would have done justice, because when it comes to grammatical and technical editorial, I don't want to lie, it comes handy. And also when it comes to students and us writing quick emails and memos, see, so I see it as an effective tool or platform. But if we could have a way also to just prototype it to fit our system in our way, I think we would have done justice. And also just give it time to sink in. It's not there to make us seem or look like we are lazy writers or we can't write, but it is just there to help make our lives convenient. So I've learned some people in my space in terms of teaching, where they will tell students that no, AI is wrong, AI gives wrong answers, AI is, so there's a stigma that's attached to it that is not right, which I feel it shouldn't be like that. And it also pushes us as classroom people to be innovative in terms of how we assess, in terms of how we teach, so that we blend in with what is moving. So yeah, I think hence those are teaching there, those connectivism pedagogies that are there. It's aligned to all of these IT things. So guys, thank you so much for today. Greatly appreciated.
Very welcome. Yeah, I agree with you. There is the stigma that is out there, and maybe gradually, slowly, the stigma is starting to break. Karine, see your hand.
I just want to know, so as someone in a tertiary institution, as we mark or grade papers, in terms of similarity checks and all of those reports that shows AI and journals or plagiarism, etc., what would you suggest would be the cut-off similarity percentage, considering the evolving strategies of AI at the moment? Because the more we copy and paste our work for grammar check, etc., the more we're using AI to make the work more concise. So what would you think is the cutoff for similarity indexes?
I don't think there is a cutoff that you can introduce to effectively say this is the level which is fine, because potentially the entire document could have gone through Grammarly. And if that, the way Grammarly does it, if that gets flagged, then it could be 100% which is coming out through there. If someone's using it to fix grammar and things, it could also still be flagged. And then there's other issues of false positives and things. So I don't know if there's a number that you can say, okay, here, hit 20%, keep it under 20 and you're fine. It's there's more nuance to it than having a certain threshold. And so, yeah, I mean, these are the challenges that we face about these tools. Thumbs up from you. Is there another hand? Undercaller?
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. My name is Thanduxolo Chebese. For me, I am a community development catalyst specifically in education. And so why am I interested most particularly in this discussion is because I have found that what we go through as members or as community of that space in community development in particular is that we always need to provide evidence of our findings on the ground, which governments need to validate if whether that cause is worthy of funding or not, even on enterprises like the private sector. So it is becoming very challenging for us to provide this evidence, and I'm glad that this discussion I am part of this workshop to learn what are some of the ways of which you can strengthen our research to prove that these hypotheses that we see on the ground are true and are happening. However, I was very concerned as well, most particularly because I'm also in the training sector as a trainee for work readiness as well as training for young people. And I was very concerned with the research of which I came across recently on the work of Dr. Roman, I think, Yolomaski, a AI safety expert in the United States, with regards to the super intelligence, which is be soon be a concern for the global people. Because what happens is that this type of level of AI now will be automatically operating on its own. And I am thinking now, if such technology will be introduced, and yet for us, like you mentioned in the recent example you're making, I think maybe in the global south, or let me say in the African context, we are far behind in terms of understanding this new technology which has arisen. And like I'm seeing as well in in the comments that China are predominantly very extensive in terms of this technology, and we are far much behind. And is there even an opportunity for us to interact, or rather to be very competitive when it comes to this market, considering the fast pace is moving on? And I'm very concerned with our young people coming on board and trying to get into the job market space, as well as trying to understand the systems. In that context, really, how are we close to being competitive in terms of, and I'm thinking about the reality, the reliability of this workshop. Thank you.
So the truth is we're not close. If you think about what we are developing here in South Africa, the only AI model that I've seen come out of South Africa is one of the smaller language models generated by a group called AI that focuses on generating a large language model for South African languages. But that said, there's the gap between where we are in terms of development and what's coming out of the US and coming out of China is quite huge. The positive that we have is through I would say through the BRICS alliance and commitments that are made by China, that they do say that they are willing to share technology. And so we have seen China making available these models in open source format, meaning that you can, in principle, download that model and run it on your own machine. But you need to have the sufficient computing infrastructure to be able to run these models, because the big ones are very big and you need very expensive hardware to be able to run it. And so we need to have conversations about what sort of hardware are we making available to our institutions. Think about wherever you might be, what institution they have. Are you using OneDrive? Are you using Google Drive? That means you are dependent on digital infrastructure from these US tech companies, right? And so are they providing you the processing power to run the big AI tools? Probably not. Or how expensive is it for you to use that? Do you have your own in-house capabilities to run that? These are the big questions about AI. You need to have that the infrastructure to be able to own the model and to own the data that's in there. At the moment, it's to their benefit for us to channel everything back to the US. And we probably don't want to be in that situation for the long term. Chantal, I see your hand. We'll take the last one and we can close for the day.
Thank you, Mr. Chetty. I also wanted to add to what you just mentioned about the infrastructure, right? So I studied knowledge management, and knowledge management forms part of the knowledge society, right? And as Mr. Chetty knows, the knowledge society is very reliant on infrastructure, ICT infrastructure, and AI as a overall topic, right? So my question is, since universities are responsible, right, like the NRF, the HSRC, universities at the various institutions are responsible for creating knowledge, right? So AI is helping us also with creating knowledge, but it's also what's his name spoke just earlier. He just spoke. Yes, JBC, ne? JBC. Like JBC said, at the end of the day, we need to prepare young people, we need to prepare the world of work because of the knowledge society. AI is taking up space. Developing countries is moving ahead and we are being left behind. So universities, I'm just concerned about universities, and I know on the point of anxieties, what the other colleague also mentioned, is also relevant here. But I just want to know, how are we as universities who are responsible for creating new knowledge going to deal with all of this? Because at the end of the day, knowledge creation goes together with IP, and IP goes together with creating new products, new services that impacts our country's GDP. Do I make sense?
I hear you. This is a big question about what I was speaking to about the infrastructure and the ownership of the data. Right? So if you own your own system, whatever is being discussed on that system is then stored on that machine. When you become beholden to proprietary AI, everything that you are typing in, that you're capturing, that's the data which is then flooding back to ChatGPT and to OpenAI and all these big companies. And the data is very powerful and useful to them. So maybe some of the reasons why the Chinese themselves make the AI free is because they want as much data as they can get their hands on to try and improve what they're doing. So there's an incentive for them to create to offer these tools free. But on the plus side, when through partnerships with China, is that, as I was saying, some of those models are open source, so you could run them locally. And if you have extra resources on your own machine, you could potentially run these models, a small version of the model on your own laptop. But then we've got to think more carefully about the digital infrastructure and think about ownership. This speaks to the question of digital sovereignty. And so if you understand what digital sovereignty is about, it's about, do I own all the information about me? Where does my data sit? And so these are big questions that we need to try and answer.
Well, thank you so much for this workshop. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Let me try and do two quick fire ones. Kojo and Dikeledi. Kojo, if you can come in, we'll try and be brief. And Dikeledi after Kojo. Kojo, are you there? Particularly.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for this platform. The workshop since yesterday, I think if there's one thing that you have managed to do is to change my perception around AI. I am a PhD student and I have been avoiding by all means to use, of course, I've been using Grammarly in my writing, but I wasn't really looking forward to use AI because I was actually not sure about the ethics. But since yesterday, I think I now am aware of the tips and that I can follow to try to improve my work. So thank you so much for this platform. Maybe if I can ask a question, if I am doing, because right now I'm writing my thesis. If I'm writing my thesis, which is the best way for me to use, or which AI tools can I use to improve the overall my writing of my PhD? Thank you.
Yes. Well, on the first point, particularly, thank you. I mean, this is why we do these sessions. It's to give you that level of comfort so you understand how these tools work and give you some awareness about what's possible with all of these. I would say try and follow the exercises that we've been working on today. They're very useful. NotebookLM is your friend. I always say that. It's one of the best tools there to analyze lots of information and then to come up with strategies on how you're going to work with it. And then experiment with all the different AI models that are out there and understand the differences in quality that might be there. I'll take the last one, Imbarani. Welcome, Imba. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks so much. Really exciting times, I think, we are living in. My question is with regards to advice, really, on prompts for, say, coding in Stata and refining code and writing code. Over. Thanks.
So that's a good transition for us, Imba, for tomorrow. Tomorrow we're focusing on the quantitative side.
Yes.
And so we're not doing Stata per se, but we're what I've been grappling with on the quantitative one is how do we provide you guidance on how to use AI to analyze data in a way that's accessible to everybody. Not everybody's going to have access to Stata or SAS or SPSS. So what we did is we have exercises with the CSV file, and that's got some data in there, and we show you how to use a tool called Google Colab. And so with Google Colab, we'll be able to upload the CSV file with lots of data, and then we will generate Python code, not knowing anything about Python ourselves, but we'll get the AI to generate the Python code to analyze the CSV file. We've attempted the same exercise with an SPSS SAV file, and we found that Google Colab can actually analyze that. So I'm not very familiar with Stata. If you can import the Stata data into Google Colab, potentially that might be possible. But what I know you can do is generate the code to perform the analysis that you need in Stata. So you could give it an example of what your data looks like, upload that into a chatbot, and it would be able to generate the code which you could execute in Stata. I haven't done it myself, but I know it's probably possible.
Great. I'm looking forward to tomorrow then. Thanks.
Wonderful. And thank you for helping me make that transition. Okay, colleagues, that's it for today. Thank you for sticking with us. I hope that the exercises have been interesting and you've learned new tools that you can work with. We've concentrated much on the qualitative side today. Tomorrow is quantitative. And so, yeah, if you've got a penchant for numbers and you want to know how you can use AI to analyze the numbers, we hope that we've got a good exercise for you. I'm seeing Anton drop a link in the chat, AI Studio prompts. And he says this AI will make you look 10 years younger. I think I need that. I think I feel 10 years older today after these two exercises. So yeah, it would be nice to get my energy back for tomorrow. Well, thank you everybody. And you have a good evening if you may be.